Chapter 5:14. Recently, in addition to doing his own things, Zhang Zhong also had to take care of the delivery room. With a population of more than 40,000, there were babies almost every day. When it was about time for the birth, the local people would send the pregnant women here to wait for the delivery. Then, he could save money. After all, he did not have to pay for the confinement. Confinement was usually the most expensive time. The woman who was giving birth had to eat good food to breastfeed. There were also various other auxiliary things, such as diapers for the child to change and so on. When he was at home, there would be one more person to take care of his wife while she was in confinement. Now, he did not have to care about those things. Lu Zhou was responsible for taking care of everything for free. Although it was only for a month, it was not like the first time he took care of a dozen women for a year. It was not bad. After this month, the woman who gave birth would be able to do things. Until now, there had not been any deaths, especially major bleeding. It had not happened at all. There was only one case of dystocia. Just when the doctor was about to perform the surgery, the woman forced herself to give birth to the child. It seemed that women who worked had a lot of advantages in this aspect. If it were a woman who lived like a princess at home, it was very likely that she would die because of dystocia because of lack of strength. The 100% success rate made Zhang Zhong feel relieved. When the time came, his wife and the Wang family would be able to do so according to his experience. Because Zhang Zhong's family had built a delivery room, the people supported him even more. It was really amazing. He had given birth to so many children, and none of them had died. The delivery room had become sacred in the hearts of the people. As long as there was a woman in the family who was going to give birth, no matter how far she would be sent here. Even the rich families in the surrounding provinces, after learning about this situation, did not care about the distance and tried to find ways to send the woman in the family who was going to give birth to here. This had to be paid. Otherwise, the Zhang family would not be able to afford it. If the same thing happened in Huayuan County Hospital in the future, there would be more people from all over the place. It was not a big deal to spend some money on disinfection, but who could afford to pay for a month's worth of nutrition? Lu Zhou's place was special. The commoners did not have much money, and there were not many merchants here. Only a small portion of them had some money. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a special discussion on this matter. In the end, they decided that the free ones would still be free, and the ones who received money would also have to be charged. It was impossible to say that the same treatment would be given to all pregnant women. The two of them thought of a way, and that was to treat pregnant women differently. The rich ones would stay in high-end wards, while the poor ones would stay in ordinary wards. It was just a matter of several people staying in one place. Also, food, clothes, and so on would be divided into different grades. This way, a portion of the money of the rich would be used on the poor, and the hospital would not have to pay for their own expenses. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not expect to make money from this matter. It was fine as long as they could keep their capital. The two of them felt that it would not be right for them to make money. It was not like there were no other ways to make money. Why should they make money at the expense of fragile lives? The two of them decided that it would be the same for other hospitals in the future. The rich would spend more money on the patients, and the poor could do it for free. As long as the number of rich people reached a certain level, the hospital would use some of the money earned on the poor, and some of the money would be used for research. It was a success if they did not lose money. At critical times, if they were short of money for research, there would be a deficit, and the two of them could balance it out with the profits from other businesses. When they earned more money in the future, the two of them decided that it would be the same for education. They did not need money. This was something that involved the entire nation. As for real estate, they did not care. The rich would live in good houses, and the poor would live in bad ones. The only help the two of them could provide in this regard was to build more toilets. Wherever the business developed, they would help the local people build more clean toilets. The two of them did not want to wait until they had a lot of money before donating money. While developing, they quietly did things. With the two of them's abilities, they really did not need to worry about money. Especially in this era, it was too easy to earn money. They could make money just by doing something casually. Zhang Zhong also knew his son and daughter-in-law's plan. He did not care about that. He was not the one who earned the money. As long as the family had enough to spend and could leave some for future generations, it was fine. After looking through the records of the 3 children delivered today, Zhang Zhong was more confident in his wife's ability to give birth. He instructed the person beside him, "Go and ask around. See if there are any other families with twins. We need to take special care of them." The person serving Zhang Zhong did not need to ask much to know what all this was for. He agreed and ran out to arrange this matter. There were indeed 2 people with twins here. According to the normal timing, they would give birth 1 month before the Wang clan. It was a good opportunity to observe the situation. Dig another pit out of this place. It's here. You still need to make a turn at the side. After digging 10 feet in, you just need to make another turn. At the location of the future amusement park next to the dock, Wang Wan continued to adjust the details while watching others dig. She wanted to make this maze so that whoever entered would be confused. Not to mention that there were many forks, even some roads were made the same. After turning around and around, one would not know if there was a turn or not. The people digging the tunnels immediately did as Wang Wan said. Someone beside them could not help but come over to Wang Wan and ask, "Young lady, why are you digging so many tunnels? Are you making a cellar?" The cellar does not need to turn back and forth. I look at these tunnels. If you really dig a cellar, it is very likely that you will not be able to find the things in the end. Well, it's good that you can't find them. Even if you can find them, you will have dug for nothing. Not only must the underground tunnels not be found, but also the roads made of wooden planks on the ground. Don't ask too much now. You will know when it is done. Wang Wan said mysteriously to the person who asked the question. Seeing that the young lady did not say anything, the person who asked the question could not do anything. He could only think about it himself. After a while, he suddenly said, "Young lady, are you going to set up a formation here?" "Yes, it's a formation. But it's not a formation to kill people. It's a formation for people to play with." Seeing that the person had guessed it, Wang Wan did not hide it. "Oh, so it's a place for people to play. Then we have to dig it. When the time comes, we will let the young lady and the young master play." The person misunderstood again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not explain much. Let others think what they want. When the time comes, everything will be clear. They continued to work for a few days. There was strength in numbers. In addition, the soil here was easy to dig. They dug out the things underground. In the end, when they dug it out, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were dumbfounded. Water entered. It might be too close to the seaside. Water kept seeping out. As a result, it was impossible to let people go down. What if they drowned? It's over. Why didn't we consider this at the beginning? Now it's great. We wasted so much of our wages. Xiaobao, what should we do? Wang Wan stared blankly at the water in the tunnel and began to regret. Zhang Xiaobao also rubbed his hands to think of a solution. He also did not consider this matter. It was a mistake, a mistake. The money was wasted. The people who were working also stopped and waited for the 2 people to make a decision. "Hey, taste the water. Is it light or salty?" Zhang Xiaobao squatted down and asked the people standing in the tunnel. Immediately, someone touched the water with his hand and looked up to reply, "It's light." "Oh, it's good that it's light. If it's light, then we didn't dig it for nothing. Dig up the places beside it. Dig a big pool here and fill it with fresh water. In the future, we can build a beach here. After we finish swimming in the sea, we can swim here. The salt on our bodies will be gone. It just so happens that we can build an amusement park at the side. The 2 can be operated together. When we dig again, we can get someone to dig a deeper hole. When the water comes out, we can change the location. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes turned and thought of a solution. By doing so, they could continue to use the excavated area and not waste money. Wang Wan did not have a better idea, so she nodded in agreement. With this, they had one more place. Even if it was free to use, it was still a related facility. They could not charge for swimming in the sea, so it was still free. The place where they could earn money was where the swimmers needed to buy some food and drink when they came here. They could use this money to make up for it. When the people heard that this place was not dug for nothing, they worked hard again. At the same time, some people began to go to places further away from the sea to see if they could dig out water. They also wanted to see what this place would look like in the future. After working for 2 days, they finally finished digging here. They also found a place where the water did not come out. They continued to build the maze according to the map. On this day, some merchants came to Luzhou's pier. Nobody knew them. Even the merchants who joined the Chamber of Commerce here from various places had never seen these merchants who came later. The merchants first walked around the pier before heading directly to the Chamber of Commerce here. Based on the clothes they were wearing, they gave people the impression that they were very rich. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw them as well. The two of them suppressed the doubts in their hearts and asked the others to continue digging according to the drawn lines. They found a horse and followed these people from afar. They wanted to see what they were going to do. The people in front did not know that they were being followed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were further away and used their clairvoyance to observe. These people were using horses to pull the goods. They stopped and walked along the way. From time to time, they would point at a certain place and say something. It seemed like they were having fun. What's going on? Could it be an inspection group from outside? Zhang Xiaobao asked in confusion as he rode on the horse. It's possible. They don't look like officials. All of them have the aura of wealth on them, Wang Wan said. What aura of wealth? It's obvious that it's from their clothes. Only the people in front who are surrounded by people look like they're doing business. The others are probably here to protect them. There's no hurry. No matter what they're doing, they'll have to go through our Chamber of Commerce in the end. The commoners won't sell things to them privately. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that those people were walking slowly, he stopped staring at them and shifted his gaze elsewhere. After a period of development, the changes here were not small. The roadside was wider, and the trees were growing fast. He believed that they would become big trees in another 2 years. There were also flowers and plants on both sides of the road. Bees were flying back and forth there. As those people walked, they began to speed up. The commoners who were working in the surroundings and the passing merchants were puzzled. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also picked up their pace and followed behind those people to see what they were going to do. Then, they followed them to the entrance of the largest building of the Luzhou's Chamber of Commerce. The building was divided into various departments. Every Chamber of Commerce had its own department. When there was a problem, they would discuss it together and cooperate with each other. When these people arrived outside, they were stopped. Those who were not from the Chamber of Commerce were not allowed to enter directly. They had to wait in a small room at the side. In other words, they had to register and wait to be summoned. Otherwise, if any random person could enter and leave, the Chamber of Commerce would not be able to do anything. Perhaps this was the first time these people encountered such a situation. They did not say anything and directly went to the room at the side to register. If they had their own cards, they could take them out and hand them in. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan entered the Chamber of Commerce. When the person in charge of registration came over with the materials, the two of them stopped him and asked for the registration materials. 5 Lakes Chamber of Commerce? What kind of organization is this? Why isn't it called the 4 Seas? 5 lakes? Which 5 lakes are they? Dongting Lake, Poyang Lake, West Lake, Taihu Lake, and Qinghai Lake? What other lakes can be the 5 lakes? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the words and said in confusion. Wang Wan also looked at the words and said, it should be a name. Can the 4 seas be called the Yellow Sea, the Bohai Sea, the East Sea, and the South Sea? Did they say what they were here for? Wang Wan asked the person who was holding the materials. The person replied, yes, they said that they have a deal to make a fortune. They want to discuss it with the person who can make the decision here. When the time comes, they will make a fortune in Luzhou together. They didn't mention anything else. I asked them, but they didn't say anything because they couldn't see my identity. Do a deal together? Good, arrange for them to meet the directors of the Chamber of Commerce here and see what kind of deal they have. When Zhang Xiaobao heard that it was a business deal, he nodded and agreed to give them a chance. With Zhang Xiaobao's arrangement, even if the directors had matters to attend to, they had to put them aside and answer the people from the 5 Lakes Merchant Guild. Not all of them went in, only 3 of them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in the room as well. They hid behind the screen and eavesdropped. They wanted to see what kind of deal the people from the 5 Lakes Chamber of Commerce had. The director's surname was Zhang as well. He was sent by the Zhang family and was given the surname Zhang. He was usually good at his job. He was steady and flexible. When the 3 of them entered, they looked at the person who was sitting there. When the person stood up, they immediately said, "Are you Manager Zhang?" Director Zhang was taken aback. However, he nodded and said, "Yes, I'm the person in charge. The 3 of you have come from afar. Please take a seat." As he spoke, he gestured for the 3 of them to sit down. Then, he had someone serve them tea and snack. Director Zhang sat back down. He looked at the 3 of them and asked, "May I know what kind of deal the 5 Lakes Chamber of Commerce does? The name doesn't seem to have anything to do with the sea." "Oh, the 5 Lakes Merchant Guild? They do a lot of business. As long as there are people, there will be business. This humble one's surname is Hu and his name is Chang. Back then, when my family gave me this name, it was just a random one. There's no special meaning behind it. Back then, my family was poor, and having a name was already a good thing." The person sitting in the middle smiled and introduced himself. He only talked about himself, and the 2 people beside him didn't care. The 2 people didn't say anything, and it seemed that they were just here to accompany him, and Hu Chang was the one who had to discuss the matter. "So it's Boss Hu. To be able to meet such a noble person like Boss Hu, this Zhang is very happy. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Let's eat first." After Director Zhang heard the introduction, he immediately revealed a very happy expression. Before the matter was discussed, the problem of the meal was solved first. Well said, well said. It's just a meal. There's no hurry. The reason why I'm here is because I have a business deal to discuss with your Chamber of Commerce. If you do as we say, then both of us can earn a lot of money. Moreover, we can continue to earn for a long time. I have a plan here. Manager Zhang, why don't you take a look first?" Hu Chang waved his hand indifferently. It seemed that he did not care about the meal. He took out a piece of paper and had the person beside him pass it to Director Zhang. Behind the screen, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other. The 2 of them felt that it was a little funny. When did other chambers of commerce start using plans? This was something that they came up with first. It seemed that the 5 Lakes Chamber of Commerce had come into contact with many things. They even had a plan. Director Zhang knew that the young master and young lady were hiding behind the screen. They must be very eager to know what was written in the plan. He opened the plan and read it word by word. Hu Chang and the other 2 did not stop him. They just sat there and drank their tea. From time to time, they would look at Director Zhang and smile. They were saying that the plan was right and they were very confident. Director Zhang could understand the meaning of the words, but he could not understand it further. He could only try his best to read it. Before he finished reading it, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan already knew the general meaning. The people of the 5 Lakes Chamber of Commerce wanted to plant some things here and rear some fish. They said that it was a new good thing that they found. Other places were not as good as Luzhou, so they wanted to cooperate with Luzhou. In fact, it was not a cooperation. It was just that the people of Luzhou could help them rear those things. When the time came, they would buy them with money. However, in order to let the people plant and rear those things well, the people had to fork out a portion of the money to buy the seeds and fry. 10 fry were worth 5 copper coins. When the time came, these fry would grow up and lay eggs. The Chamber of Commerce would collect the eggs according to their weight. In any case, after the people invested 5 copper coins, they would get 8 copper coins in less than a year. If they invested 50 copper coins, they would get 80 copper coins. Although this was not a loan shark, it was not a small amount. Especially when the plan said that these things did not need to be managed. As long as there was a place to plant and rear those things, there would be no natural disasters. Then, they could make a lot of money. Moreover, if they bought more, it would be cheaper. When the fish were raised well, they would look at the quality of the fish and see if they could be sold at a higher price. Director Zhang had never encountered such a situation. He could not understand why the people of the 5 Lakes Chamber of Commerce did not do it themselves since they had such good things. Instead, they wanted to let the local people benefit. At the bottom of the plan, it was written that they could cooperate with Luzhou's Chamber of Commerce. When the time came, whether it was the sale of the things they planted or the fish eggs, some of the money would be given to Luzhou's Chamber of Commerce. As for how much they would get, it would depend on how much money the Luzhou's Chamber of Commerce could invest in processing them. Director Zhang felt that this was an opportunity, but he could not make the decision. The Chamber of Commerce had just been established, and it had not been long. Many things had to be handed over to the young master and young lady in the end. The only thing he could do now was to understand the plan so that when the young master and young lady mentioned it, he would be able to explain it. Even if the 2 little ancestors were behind the screen now, he had to make sure that he would answer all of their questions. He did not understand, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did. They did not need to listen to what the fish eggs and the things they planted could be processed into and how much they could be sold for. The 2 of them knew what these people were doing here. Wang Wan held back her laughter. Her lips moved as she said, "Xiao Bao, this is so funny. I can't believe that someone would use such a despicable method to deceive you. I'm wondering what they are thinking now. Don't they know what happened between us in the past? Or are they not convinced and want to use the Zhang family as a stepping stone to get ahead?" Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, was depressed. How could he encounter such a situation? Of all the people to deceive, why did they have to come to his side? If he let them leave peacefully, he would not be able to justify being accused of being an international swindler. It was obvious that they were just looking for trouble for him. Well, since they came here, they should be prepared to bear the consequences. This kind of deception was relatively new. At least in this era, it was not bad. Under normal circumstances, it could deceive people. I'll agree in a while and see what kind of conditions they offer. I'll fight a little to make them less suspicious. The money is in my hands. I can't let this kind of swindler go so easily. Otherwise, I don't know how many people I'll scam. Why don't they do multi-level marketing? That's slightly more difficult than raising money. At least the algorithm is more difficult. Zhang Xiaobao relaxed. He did not find it difficult to deal with such a swindler. It was too easy. Wang Wan nodded. She had not seen such a thing for a long time. She wanted to see how Zhang Xiaobao would counter-deceive her. She was clear that he could see through her, but she did not understand how he could counter-deceive her. Could it be that he could beat her at her own game? It was also a comfortable thing to experience the highest level of deception again. Director Zhang finished reading the entire plan and did not dare to look at the screen. He put on a contemplative expression and said to Hu Chang and the other 2, "We need to think about this matter. How about this? You all go to Hai Yunjian and rest for a while. When we are done with our research, we will immediately look for you to discuss it. However, this thing is still lacking some trust. That is, how can you guarantee that you won't leave after receiving the money? If you leave, where will we find you? The business is not small, and the money used will not be small. It will be difficult. Manager Zhang, do you think we are swindlers? Hu Chang's expression turned ugly as he asked Director Zhang. Naturally, that's not what I mean. It's just that this business must have a guarantee. You see, the Chamber of Commerce on our side has a guarantee. It has already been registered in the manor. When something happens, someone will hold us accountable. Since it's a cooperation, both sides have to be equal, right? Director Zhang looked like he thought they were swindlers, but his mouth said tactful words. The three people did not seem to be prepared to reach a cooperation at once. Hu Chang nodded and said, Manager Zhang is right. How about this, we will go to Hai Yunjian and wait. When you feel that it's feasible, we will let you know our guarantee. What do you think? That's even better. Then, the three of you will drink tea. We don't have to wait too long. Director Zhang politely picked up the tea bowl. The three of them also held it and gestured. Then, they all said goodbye and left. As soon as the three of them left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came out from behind the screen. Director Zhang quickly handed over the things in his hand. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and said, You don't need to show it to us. We know what's going on. Promise them. Regardless of whether they have a guarantee or not, and regardless of whether their guarantee is reliable, promise them. Promise? What if they cheat people? If they take the money and run away, where can we find them? Director Zhang advised in a low voice, but he did not understand. The young master and young lady had always been very cautious. They did things without leaving any loopholes. Why did they promise others so casually this time? It's best to talk a few more times. In the end, if you can't talk anymore, you can make a compromise. You don't have to worry about other things. Xiao Bao and I have our own ways to deal with it. We are not afraid of being cheated, but we are afraid that they won't cheat us. These days are too peaceful. There's nothing fun to do. Wang Wan did not want to explain too much. In fact, she did not know how to cheat others. But she knew that those people would not come up to cheat a little money and leave. They would cheat a little. In the beginning, they would definitely give the people some benefits. They would wait until they had earned enough money before running away. Chapter 5:15. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care too much about the trick of raising money. The two of them continued to work on their amusement park, accumulating more experience first. When their respective mothers' children were born in the future, they could provide the most intelligent and safe amusement park for their 4 children. The two of them had already decided that in the future, no matter if it was a younger brother or a younger sister, the two of them would personally teach them. They were not at ease with others teaching them, so they wanted to instill some of their own ideas into their younger siblings. In addition to these places to play, the two of them also planned to make some intellectual toys, starting from the simplest to the most complex. They would slowly cultivate them, and during the process of playing, they would let their younger siblings learn things, instead of trying to tell them to remember things. In fact, the two of them also knew that it wasn't that those teachers' standards weren't good enough, but that the amount of effort they put in was different. How could teaching 1 student be the same as teaching 100 students? If he wanted to teach well, the best he could do was to choose a method that was most suitable for the majority of people. If every teacher only had 1 student, then no matter how bad the teacher was or how ordinary the student was, in the end, they would still learn better than many students who followed the majority. It was definitely not a problem for 2 people to teach 4 people, not to mention that they could find time to teach at any time. This was not just teaching questions but also teaching some thoughts, especially philosophical thoughts. Make a merry-go-round here. It has to be shorter and it just needs to be able to move. Why don't children know how to be muddle-headed? Adults usually feel dizzy sitting on such a wooden horse. Wang Wan draws a position in a place and prepares to make a carousel. The driving force is the river next to it, so it is not difficult to move up and down. I don't know either. I only know that in the past, People would put it in the cradle when they were young. Is it like this? As you shake it, the child is actually already confused. It's just that they don't know how to say it and fall asleep in a daze. Zhang Xiaobao joked. In fact, this was very easy to understand. Some of the habits of a child had not been developed, so they could adapt to many things that adults could not adapt to. As for the cradle, if an adult were to be gently rocked, it would be very comfortable. What do you think? We can put a wooden horse here, and we can put some soft balls in the front for the children to play with. They are ocean balls. It would be even better if we could make them into trampolines. Wang Wan began to make arrangements for her idea again. Zhang Xiaobao listened by the side and felt that it did not matter where this thing was placed, as long as it did not hurt the child. Adults would find many games boring, but for children, even if they were given a deck of cards, they could play for a whole day. Boys loved to play with these, and Zhang Xiaobao remembered that he had played with them before. They would find stones of different colors outside and divide them into two sides. In the end, they would fight. Usually, one side would win, and sometimes the battle would be very fierce. After a busy day, they had made all the games that should be made. They just came up with an idea, circled the place, and asked someone to make it. The two of them prepared to come back to ask about the negotiation and see if the other side would give in. But as soon as they arrived home, they saw that there were people busy in the hospital here. They went in and out and did not let other people come close. All the doctors who went in were wrapped up tightly. What happened? Zhang Xiaobao stopped a doctor who was about to go in and asked. Smallpox, there's smallpox. There's a child with smallpox and he's burning up. We're trying to find a way to reduce his fever. It looks like it's enough. The other children who played with him are also looking for people to send them here. An anxious look appeared in the doctor's eyes, as if his child had smallpox. After saying this, he remembered the young master and young lady. He quickly said to the two of them, Young master, young lady, quickly go back to the mansion. You must not go there. If you get sick, it will be troublesome. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded at the same time and ran home without saying anything. The two of them were also afraid. There was no treatment for smallpox. The probability of death was very high. The two of them could not take the risk. The two of them stopped as soon as they entered the mansion. They looked at each other and did not know what to do for a moment. It's over. This child is over. Even if he doesn't die, there will be ugly marks on his body. What should we do? Smallpox is something that can exterminate an entire family. Wang Wan said anxiously. She knew how serious this disease that had affected many generations was, but she could not do anything. Zhang Xiaobao was also very nervous. He did not want to see a young life disappear in front of his eyes. It was too cruel. After thinking for a while, he said, I remember that 100 years ago, people were vaccinated with something. It seemed that they were vaccinated not long after they were born. Then, they did not have to worry about anything. What was it called? It was like the vaccinations we had when we were young. Of course it was cowpox. Quickly find a cow with smallpox. I have seen this before. Sun Simiao wrote about it in a book. He mentioned this disease. The people here should also know about it. I remember that, at the beginning, it was human smallpox. Let's get cowpox. Wang Wan still remembered that she did not use the smallpox at that time. It's too late. The child has already had smallpox. It is useless to want to prevent it. Zhang Xiaobao was really anxious now. He had been thinking about that child in his heart. But at least it is useful for other children. There is no other way, so other children have to avoid it. Who knows if it is this child's accident, or it is the onset of smallpox. Hurry up, don't eat, look for cows. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao up onto the horse and rushed out. She ran as fast as she could. After running for a while, she remembered that it would be better for her and Zhang Xiaobao to mobilize more people to search for them. When she found the patrolling guards, she said to them, Brother Zhang Xiaobao, I have a task for you. Quickly find those cows with smallpox. Don't delay. Even if the horses are tired to death, you have to find them. If you can't find them, don't come back. When the patrolmen heard the young lady in the manor say this, they knew that the matter was serious. Otherwise, the young master and the young lady would never talk like this. At that moment they did not ask why, but spread out in all directions, urging the horses to go to various places to look for cows with pimples. When they met people who were working with them, they immediately urged them to look for cows, whether they were resting or doing other things. The young lady had given a strict order, so no one dared to deal with it casually. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to the manor and arranged for all the people in the manor to go out. Zhang Zhong knew about this matter and rushed over as fast as he could. He looked at his son and daughter-in-law and asked, "Xiaobao, what's wrong? Why do you have to look for cows with smallpox?" "Father, you are here. This is life-saving. Smallpox is coming." Zhang Xiaobao had never been so nervous. This was not his own matter, but the lives of many children. "Who has smallpox? Is it you or Cuckoo?" Zhang Zhong was also shocked. He reached out to touch his son's forehead and pulled his son's sleeve with the other hand. He was not afraid that he would be infected. "It's not me or Cuckoo. It's a child. He is in the hospital. We can only think of ways to lower his temperature and feed him something good to eat. There is no other way. Whether he can survive or not depends on his luck." Zhang Xiaobao felt distressed when he talked about this matter. The child was only 4 years old. He had not seen a better tomorrow, but he was on the verge of death. He could not do anything about this kind of illness. When Zhang Zhong heard that it was not his son and daughter-in-law, he was relieved. He said to his son, "You two don't go out these days. Stay at home." Speaking of this, he looked at his son and daughter-in-law and asked, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, don't you two have any ideas?" Zhang Zhong had always regarded his son and daughter-in-law as gods. At this time, he naturally hoped that his son and daughter-in-law could do something against nature and save the child. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shook their heads helplessly at the same time. How could they save smallpox? It would depend on whether the cells in the body could survive. Yes, smallpox. Even gods can't do anything about it. Zhang Zhong saw his son and daughter-in-law shaking their heads and sighed. "Father, there is no way to treat it, but there is a way to prevent it. Find cows with pimples and use that thing to prevent others from getting smallpox. Remember, it has to be done once every few years. Let's do it once every 5 years. Then, there will be no need to worry about smallpox." Zhang Xiaobao could not treat it, so he told them about the prevention. "Really? Just use that thing? How do you use it? Do you eat it?" Zhang Zhong also wanted to prevent others from getting smallpox. Hearing his son mention it, he immediately asked, "Not eat it, but use that thing to make a small hole in the body and then put the thing on the hole. Just a little bit is enough. There might be deaths, but there definitely won't be too many deaths. Father, you should quickly give the order. When the time comes, if it succeeds, tell Grandpa Bai and let Grandpa Bai tell His Majesty." Zhang Xiaobao knew his father's current prestige among the people. It might be too difficult for others to let him get vaccinated, but if his father said so, those people would agree. In this way, as long as there was an effect, this method could be implemented throughout the country. Okay. I'll go and announce it now." Zhang Zhong trusted his son and daughter-in-law very much. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. At the same time, he muttered, as expected of gods, "Even if they can't save those who already have it, they can help those who don't have it escape. This ability is against the heavens." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also heard Zhang Zhong's words. The two of them did not want to explain now, and there was no way to explain. Could it be that the two of them came from the future? Then it would be better to be gods. The people were arranged to go out. Very fortunately, 2 cows with smallpox were found in the county. It was already night. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had not eaten yet. When the two of them saw the 2 cows that were led to them, they nodded and looked at each other. Then, they asked someone to go to the hospital to get the scalpel used for the surgery. After the scalpel was brought over, under the watchful eyes of their family members and the watchful eyes of others, the 2 men helped each other to make a small incision on their arms. Then, they smeared some of the thing on the cow's body onto the incision. The 2 of them could not let others do this experiment. Since they were going to get vaccinated in the end, they might as well start directly. Anyway, this was the case. After the 2 of them had just gotten vaccinated, the other people protected them as if they were 2 seriously injured people and sent them to another hospital. There were people guarding them 24 hours a day. The other people had not gotten vaccinated yet. They had to wait for the 2 of them to get vaccinated in a few days. After all, in the hearts of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao were gods. If the gods could survive, ordinary people could continue to do it according to their method. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were actually very nervous. They did not know if they would have fever or other symptoms this time. If they did, they had to find a way to adjust. The 2 of them were not worried about their lives. After all, the cowpox was much stronger than the human pox. The probability of death was very low. They did not believe that with the luck to come from that era to this era, they could be killed by cowpox. The 2 of them lay side by side on the bed, looking at each other to see if the other one had a fever. At the same time, they were also feeling their own physical conditions. If they had a fever, they had to immediately move away from the other one. Perhaps they could make it in time. It was not a good idea to keep looking at each other like this. There were still people guarding them, so the 2 of them chatted with their lip. Xiao Bao, if I die this time, you have to persevere and live on by yourself. Make our Tang Empire very strong. You have to leave behind a kind of spirit. Just treat it as helping me. Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei nodded and said, same for me. If I am not here, you have to help me take care of our brothers and sisters. Don't let them be bullied. Give up on the swindler. Let them take it once, and then don't cooperate with them. That doesn't seem to work. If they only take it once, they won't be able to recoup their investment. Wang Wan also thought of the swindler at this time. It's actually very simple for those who can come back. No matter where they get the fish from, it's actually from this world. It's just that we can't find it here, so we can find it elsewhere. Then, we can buy those fish eggs at a very cheap price and give them to them together. Even if they clearly don't want to, they have to accept the first batch. In other words, they will lose money. If I am not here, you just have to do this. Lie to them once and then don't cooperate with them, unless they take out more deposit. I think they won't be able to take out so much deposit. This is the last time I do a good thing. Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that he really couldn't make it. After all, this was the first time he came into contact with this matter of vaccination. No one knew if there would be any danger. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao now had to make arrangements for the future. As for how to develop other aspects in the future, Zhang Xiaobao believed that Wang Wan would be able to do well. It was not easy to lose money in such a big business. Wang Wan closed her eyes and then opened them again. She said, "Then what do you think we should do if both of us are gone? It's not like you, where there are many fund organizations and those who do things in the dark. The environment here is different. There's no other way. Since we are all dead, let's just forget about it. Do you think that if we die this time, will we continue to run to other places to be childhood sweethearts?" Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of this question. You and I are both good people, and good people can't just disappear like this. I hope that next time, we'll still be in China's history, and we'll continue to work together. Even if it's a dynasty that's about to perish, we won't be afraid. At that time, I'll allow you to use all your abilities, and let them see what it means to turn the tide. I believe you have the ability, and you're the best. At that time, we'll still be kids, and we'll grow up together and become gods together. Wang Wan said with a determined gaze. As she spoke, she suddenly smiled. Zhang Xiaobao also smiled. He believed that he had this ability. As long as he was given a little chance, he could do it. Even if the southern song was about to be destroyed, he could still change it through his own operations. Even if it was already destroyed, he could still change the dynasty again. In fact, he could do this now, but he did not want to do it. With money, there was nothing that could not be done. This was especially true when he brought the two families to Luzhou. The sky was high and the emperor was far away. No one could control him. He could just drag them overseas. However, he was not willing to do so now. This was the beginning of a prosperous era. No matter what, he had to see it. Li Longji was not bad now. There was no need to get rid of him. Besides, if he really did get rid of him, the surrounding countries might take advantage of the current situation to invade. As the two of them talked, they fell asleep unknowingly. They still did not eat dinner. When they woke up the next morning, the two of them opened their eyes almost at the same time. They looked at each other and suddenly smiled again. When the person in charge of serving them saw that the two little ancestors had woken up, he immediately came over and asked, "Little young master, little miss, shouldn't you eat something? Otherwise, you can't go hungry." Yes, let's wash up first. We'll eat soon. How about the child? How is he? Did he get worse? Zhang Xiaobao moved and found that he did not feel uncomfortable at all. It seemed that he would be fine on the first day. He looked at Wang Wan again. Wang Wan gave him an affirmative look, meaning that she was fine as well. "Little young master, I don't know yet. I'll go ask in a while." The person in charge of serving them immediately replied, and began to prepare food for the two of them. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan washed up, they sat there and began to eat. As they ate, they talked about how they felt. In fact, they did not feel anything. It was just that they kept paying attention to the place where the pimples were planted, so they kept feeling that something was wrong with their arms. This was a normal reaction. After a while, the maid who served them came back and said to the two of them, "Little young master, little miss, I heard from the doctor that the child is still getting pimples. However, he did not die. Moreover, he has been so hot. After cooling him down, his consciousness is still the same and he did not faint. Furthermore, there is also good news. The child's pimples are appearing bit by bit, not a large area all at once. For some reason, we don't know why. That's good. As long as he doesn't die immediately, there is hope. Let someone continue to cool him down. We must not let him be confused by the fever. Otherwise, he will easily die." When Zhang Xiaobao heard this news, he finally felt relieved. He instructed the maid who served them. The two of them quickly finished eating and lay back down. They still needed to take a nap, which was good for the growth of the body. 3 days passed like this. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were fine. This made the people in the family feel relieved. Zhang Zhong also sent out the notice of the pimples. No matter if it was adults or children, they all had to be vaccinated. The adults went first, and when the adults were really fine, the children would be vaccinated. At this time, all the children were not allowed to go out. If they felt uncomfortable, they had to be immediately sent to the nearest hospital. The commoners also knew that someone had contracted smallpox. Even if Zhang Zhong didn't say anything, they would still take care of their children. This was a life-threatening thing, so they couldn't get it. Even they themselves had to be careful. Even if they couldn't get it, what if they spread it to their children when they returned home? When they heard that there was a way to prevent smallpox, these people went to the designated place to be vaccinated. It looked very simple. They just had to remove something from the pimples of the cows and then apply it to themselves. The only thing that was a little uncomfortable during the process was that they had to break the skin on their arms. As the cows with the pimples went around, Lu Zhou used 6 days to vaccinate all the people, including the children. The child who had smallpox stubbornly survived. Although there were many scars on his body, he was still alive. It was better than being dead. As long as he recuperated for a while, he could be discharged from the hospital. At that time, he would find some animal oil to apply to him. In fact, it was just using a thin grinding wheel. After that, they would apply some oil. After a long time, the scars of smallpox would gradually disappear. After all, the child's body was still growing. This was a last resort. It was the method that Wang Wan thought of for some people with scars. The younger the scars, the better the effect. The older the scars, the less effective it would be. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao's only worry now was that some people had made a mistake during the vaccinations. If that happened, the two of them would not be able to do anything. After all, this was not a small matter. Not to mention the current medical conditions, even in their time, there were cases of children dying during vaccinations. The two of them mainly did not know how to explain it to the adult. Everything would only be known after more than 10 days. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put all their attention on this matter. For the time being, they did not have time to deal with the people from the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce. They asked the director to treat them well. However, during the negotiations they had to make sure that the negotiations were fruitless. After the smallpox incident was over, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would be able to free up their hands to do other things. Zhang Wang clan was the most nervous, and so was Wang Wan's mother. The two of them were still pregnant. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan really did not know if it was okay for pregnant women to do this. In the end, they decided not to do it first. They would wait until the two of them gave birth. At this time, the two of them were as precious as pandas. Zhang Wang clan also mentioned that they should do this when the baby was born. She always felt that it was not good to make a wound on the baby's body at such a young age, even if the wound was very small. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally told the truth. After some time, even the baby would have to do this. Otherwise, the probability of death would be higher. While the people on Lu Zhou's side were busy, Tang, governor of Ning, could not hold it in anymore. The plan had already started, but there was no response from the other side. The people sent here had not been able to send back any information until now, which made him feel a little uneasy. After preparing some wine and dishes, Tang, governor of Ning, called the steward over and wanted to ask the steward for ideas. The steward also knew that the old master had been a little uneasy recently. After he came, he sat there respectfully and looked at the old master, waiting for the old master's orders. "Do you think something will happen over there? I heard that the experts of the Zhang family are very powerful. What if they see through our plan? What should we do?" Tang, governor of Ning, poured himself a glass of wine and asked the steward. The steward could not eat much, so he also poured a glass of wine and said, "Don't worry, old master, don't worry. Master, don't worry. I don't think anything will happen over there. Those people are specially trained, and it's not their first time deceiving people. When the Zhang family left, would they have thought that they could deceive people as well? The proof they used was given by Qin province. Although this proof was deliberately made fake when it was given, as long as the people in our mansion see the proof and admit it verbally, they can't do anything. When the time comes and they get the money and leave, when Zhang Zhong comes to investigate, we can say that the proof is fake. We didn't give any guarantee at all. As long as they check, they will naturally understand. As for those people in our family who admit it, they don't have any evidence. They just admit it verbally. Do you think that Zhang Zhong will send someone to our family to write a receipt? And you're right. But I'm afraid that they won't fall for it. Don't think that it's not easy to find that kind of thing, because we don't produce it here. There are many other places. I'm afraid that they will recognize it." Although Tang, governor of Ning, also had the same thoughts as the steward, he was still a little worried. He had to prepare in advance. After fighting with Zhang Zhong several times, he found that Zhang Zhong was not as easy to deal with as he thought. It was easy to get into trouble if he was not careful. The steward also knew what the old master was worried about. In fact, he was also worried. But when he thought about Zhang Zhong's previous Zhang family and the people here, He felt that it was impossible for them to know about the thing that was taken from a faraway place. His heart was a lot calmer. He said to Tang, governor of Ning, "Old master, you don't have to worry. The people over there will never know what this thing is. Even if they know, what can they do? We don't really want to do business there. We just want to make Lu Zhou suffer a loss once. As long as they suffer a loss this time, they will be very careful in the future. They won't dare to provoke you, old master. Otherwise, you can impeach Zhang Zhong." When the steward said this, he thought of the time when Zhang Zhong came to question him with the proof. At that time, he would definitely vent his anger. The steward did not believe that anyone could come up with such a plan at this time. Only the old ancestors of the Ning family could come up with such a plan. Those people were all old and cunning. Ordinary people would not have any effect on them at all. They had not done anything for a long time. This time, they could make the Zhang family lose a lot of money. Most importantly, they would not only lose money. Tang, governor of Ning, was also aware of this matter. After hearing the steward's words, he said with a smile, "Yes, when the time comes, we can trick them. No matter what the Zhang family does in there, they will make the people hate them. After all, they need to vouch for this matter. Once they vouch for them, they can forget about making the people believe in Zhang Zhong." Good idea, this plan is really that good. Tang, governor of Ning, began to laugh as he spoke. He just wanted to find someone to calm his heart. Now that he had found someone, and through the steward's words, he also knew a lot of things. Naturally, he was not as worried as before. He personally poured the steward a glass of wine and said, "How long do you think it will take for them to escape after they are tricked? Will they have to leave after doing it twice? Otherwise, if those commoners grow well, we will lose money." "Master, you don't have to worry about this matter. This matter is actually very simple. That is, the last time we sell something is when we can't take out their last income. Moreover, at that time we can say that we have given up a lot of profit to them. As long as we get in touch with the Zhang family's Chamber of Commerce, the people will think that the Zhang family is involved in this matter. At that time, do you think that Zhang Zhong will continue to be a good official? I think the people will eat him alive. I am really afraid that the people will rebel. After all, there are too many people in that place." The steward knew what the master was worried about, so he quickly explained it to the master. This was the time for him to use his analytical ability. The better he said, the better the reward he would get. He didn't have such an opportunity in the past. Tang, governor of Ning, really liked this. After hearing the steward's words, he nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, that's what I mean. Let's see what Zhang Zhong will do when the time comes. I don't believe that the expert in the Zhang family can even calculate this. When the time comes, their Chamber of Commerce will be finished." Tang, governor of Ning, was about to go crazy. Since Zhang Zhong came to this place, he had not had a good day. Compared to before, he felt very vexed. How could he swallow this? How much money the Ning family made was no longer important to him. What was important was how to bring down Zhang Zhong. In the past, he sent impeachment reports to the higher-ups, but it was useless. Instead, he received a warning. But now, he did not use that method. Wasn't Zhang Zhong's family doing business? Then he would attack Zhang Zhong from the perspective of business, and make him unable to make a comeback. When he remembered that Zhang Zhong's family was doing business, Tang, governor of Ning, was a little uncertain. He continued to ask, "Do you think that if Zhang Zhong took out money from his family and gave it to those people, would the people continue to believe him?" In fact, the steward had thought about this question just now, but he had other ideas. When he heard the master ask, he immediately said, "Master, in fact, even if Zhang Zhong took out his family's money, it would not be of much use. They have never lost before. Do you think people would care about them?" Tang, governor of Ning, did not understand what he meant. He looked at the steward in confusion. The steward immediately said, Master, many people are afraid of the Zhang family because they have never lost from the beginning until now. It was the same in Sanshui County and Huayuan County. When we first found out about Zhang Zhong, you must have forgotten that we were also very afraid. A person who has never failed is not an ordinary person. Their ability is enough to make people believe that they can obtain more benefit. This is also why the Zhang family can develop to such an extent. But this time, we are not only making them lose money, but also breaking their undefeated legend. In this way, other people will not be so afraid. Now you want the Ning family to unite with some people, and those people will dare to go against the Zhang family. But I am sure that as long as this matter is successful, the Zhang family will not only lose a little money, but also more things. The emperor is the same. The current emperor has seen the Zhang family's ability, so he has been helping the Zhang family. But as long as something happens to the Zhang family, the emperor will feel very disappointed. When the time comes, when the news is spread, you will write an impeachment report. I think it will not be like before. The emperor can't protect a person who has failed, right? Don't you think so, master? When the steward said those words, he pretended to be an expert. This was his habit. However, after a while, he didn't hear anything. Only then did he realize that he was in front of the master. He was so scared that he quietly turned his head to look. He thought that his master would be angry, but Tang, governor of Ning, was very excited now. He nodded and laughed. At first, he smiled and then laughed. The more he laughed, the louder his laughter became. In the end, the housekeeper felt uncomfortable, so he stopped and said, "That's right, that's right. Yes, that's what I mean. That's right, as long as Zhang Zhong fails this time, he can't expect to be protected by so many people like now. Smart, you're really smart. Later, go to the back to receive your reward." Tang, governor of Ning, was really happy. He did not expect that a simple business plan could involve so many things. This was really unexpected. This time, just this time, Zhang Zhong could not make a comeback. Did Zhang Zhong have a powerful family? Wasn't he just a person from a small village? How dare he be so arrogant in front of him? Thinking about this, Tang, governor of Ning, was very happy. He was now very eager to get the news from that side as soon as possible. The people he sent had not returned yet. He was not anxious about whether they would succeed or not. He was anxious to see Zhang Zhong's failure. The housekeeper hurriedly thanked him. This time, he was finally relieved. Although he still did not know their situation, he could at least get the reward. As for the failure of that side, it had nothing to do with him. It was not that he thought wrongly, but the people he sent were too stupid. Yes, that was it. Even if they failed, it had nothing to do with him. Whoever went there to do the work would have to find a way to bear the responsibility. The housekeeper did not touch the food at all. He was thinking about the reward now. The master did not say how much the reward would be today. Under normal circumstances, he could go there and say it was 50 strings of coins at most. He had tried this before, and the master would not disagree. Or if he was bolder, he could say it was 60 strings of coins. He thought that since the master was so happy now, he would not say anything. Tang, governor of Ning, did not know that his housekeeper was thinking about this now. He was still immersed in his own happiness. After a while, he reacted and said to the housekeeper, "Don't our family still have 2 boats over there? Those people who came from other places, did our family not answer correctly? Why haven't they come over yet? Didn't I tell them to invite them here so that I can treat them well?" When the housekeeper heard the master's words, he regretted it. If he knew that the master would think of this matter, he would have taken the opportunity to leave just now and get the reward first. Now, if he said something wrong, the master would easily take the reward back. This would not do, he had to think of a way. The housekeeper rolled his eyes and thought of something. After pouring the wine for Tang, governor of Ning, he said, "Master, this matter is different. The later you come, the better." Why do you say that? If you come later, won't Zhang Zhong win them over? Tang, governor of Ning, asked in confusion. No, no. Master, think about it. If the boats over there are docks, they will collect money. If our family's boat is not there, Zhang Zhong may not accept the money of others, but our family's boat is there. Do you think Zhang Zhong will not accept the money? If he only accepts our family's money, and does not accept the money of others, what do you think others will think of Zhang Zhong? The housekeeper finally led the master to this topic and asked. Tang, governor of Ning, thought for a while and said, other people will definitely look down on Zhang Zhong very much, especially our family's people who will say bad things about Zhang Zhong, but so what? Zhang Zhong can accept other people's money as well. Yes, master is right. Zhang Zhong can accept other people's money. That boat is worth 10 strings of coins. If they stop there for 10 strings of coins a day, what are those aristocratic children doing here? Of course, it's to make money. Even if they can't make a lot of money this time, they are still doing it for money so that they can show off in front of their elders. But Zhang Zhong has taken so much money from them, will they be willing? If it was only the first day, they might not say anything. But this isn't something that can be done in a day. The longer they stay there, the more money they will receive. If they stay there for a month or two, they will lose a few hundred strings of coins. Now, those children of aristocratic families might not care, but when the time comes, we can let people tell them how much money they can earn from this trip. We can deliberately lower the price to let them know how much Zhang Zhong has taken from them, especially when they find out that not only did they not earn money this time, but they also gave all the money to Zhang Zhong's peer. Do you think they will be angry and ask Zhang Zhong for the money back? The housekeeper tried his best to think of something that could make the master happy and spared no effort to say it. Tang, governor of Ning, listened attentively and nodded as he listened. He said, yes, yes, definitely. If they can't make money, then why did they come this time? Aren't they afraid of being laughed at home? Good idea. We'll immediately arrange for people to go there and take a look. After we've stayed there for a long time, we'll let the people there incite the others to see if Zhang Zhong wants money or face. If he wants both, then we'll offend those people. What should we do next? Tang, governor of Ning, may have drunk some wine, but he was too excited. He actually followed the housekeeper's words and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. The housekeeper was sweating at this time, but he did not dare to wipe it, afraid that the master would find out that what he said was not so reliable. Hearing the master ask again, he thought about it and said, Master, the next thing is simple. Let our people invite the children of those aristocratic families here. Let them speak ill of Zhang Zhong along the way. Wait for them to arrive here. Master, you entertain them with the best things and give them enough money. 1,000 strings of cash per person is not a small amount. Their purpose is to make money. Master, let them make money. Didn't I say at the beginning that these goods are not valuable? At least, that's what they think. Master, you will make good arrangements here and let them see that it is indeed not valuable. Then, you will buy the goods they bring at a high price. That way they will know who is good and who is bad. Wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, this is really wonderful. Come on, housekeeper, let's drink. That's great, let's do that. In a while, you will go and make the arrangements. Also, go and receive more rewards at the back. I really didn't realize before that you could actually think so much. Good, follow me in the future and I won't treat you badly. Tang, governor of Ning, finally said something to reassure the housekeeper. The housekeeper was waiting for this. Now, he did not want to stay here. He drank a glass of wine respectfully and immediately said, Master, this matter can't be delayed. I will go and arrange it now. If those young masters want to come earlier, we have to find a way to make them come later. Otherwise, it will be easy for something to happen. Well, that's good. Then go and arrange it quickly. I will wait for the good news. Tang, governor of Ning, nodded with satisfaction. It was the first time he found that the housekeeper could be so capable. After the housekeeper left in a hurry, he began to eat and drink by himself. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. He drank and even danced and sang by himself. He did not care about his identity at all. The housekeeper left very quickly. He was not making arrangements. He had nothing to do even if he was late. He just wanted to get the money first so that he could be at ease. Chapter 5:16. That was what Old Man Pai thought. He could not help but admire the two experts from the Zhang family. They could make anything. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was the Zhang family needed that kind of thing. For example, the lightning rod. He had never seen the Zhang family use it before. However, when the thunderstorm came and they had to go up the mountain, the lightning rod appeared. Then came the cement. Who would have thought of making something like that? However, in order to build more lighthouses, the Zhang family created the cement. Then, it was used to burn the cement and make gas masks. In the end, the gas masks could not protect the eyes. Then, the thing called glass came out. It was not much different from glass, but it was said to be very cheap. After the glass came out, mirrors were also made. It seemed that all these things were only brought out when they were about to be used. Usually, as long as it was not used, there was no news at all. What kind of situation was this? Old Man Pai believed that if the two experts from the Zhang family were willing, they could make something better. Unfortunately, they were only willing to do it when they were forced to a certain extent. Old Man Chang had the same idea. The two experts from the Zhang family seemed to always be able to come up with a good idea, but why did they not think about it normally? Why? If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard this, they would definitely complain. It was not that they did not want to, but some things needed to be done slowly. How could they have it just because they wanted to? Moreover, the two of them were too busy. Children of their age were running around outside all day. Only the Zhang family and Wang family knew how many things they had to take care of. How could they have so much energy to spend on other things? They were not robots. The two of them were responsible for everything in the Zhang family and the Wang family. Even if there was a swindler, Zhang Xiaobao would have to deal with him. They had to train the army, learn knowledge, and consider every aspect of Luzhou. In addition to these, the two of them still had to take care of the other transactions. This was because the two of them were used to being busy in the past. If it were a normal person, they would be exhausted to death. Fortunately, the two of them had always grasped the time to rest very well. They would never lack rest because of too many things. The two of them didn't want to die from exhaustion so early. It wasn't worth it. Old Man Pai and Old Man Chang would never have thought of these things. Now, Old Man Chang wrote down the recent events in detail so that Old Master could decide whether to follow this method or not. He even did not let go of the special delivery room. As he wrote down Old Man Chang, he said, "I also admire them, especially that delivery room. There were so many women who were about to give birth, but none of them had any problems. Would you dare to imagine it if it was a normal time? It's normal for 2 or 3 out of 10 people to die, but the Zhang family can guarantee that nothing will happen to them. As for the women who were in confinement, usually 4 or 5 of them would be left with the root cause of the illness. But look at their place, it was well arranged. When the time came for the women who were in confinement, nothing happened to them. The most unexpected thing was that some of them didn't have breast milk. I don't know how the doctors they sent did it, but they just rubbed it and made it out. Don't you think it's strange? It's strange. That's why I followed them here. If I had known, I would have come earlier. Maybe I could have known more details. I found that the experts in their family thought a lot about the lives of the people. As long as the people's lives were not good, for example, many people couldn't find a job, they would immediately arrange a job for them. This is what I agree with the most. If all the officials could have such a person in their family, then good days would come for the common people of our dynasty. It's a pity that he just stays in the Zhang clan and doesn't go anywhere else. If they were brought to your Majesty's side, They would be able to talk to your Majesty more often and come up with more good ideas. Then our great Tang would have no need to worry about prosperity. After hearing Old Man Chang's words, Old Man Pai sighed again. He didn't expect the two experts in the Zhang family to come out by themselves. He just hoped that Zhang Zhong could become a higher official as soon as possible, especially in the imperial court. As long as that was the case, the two experts in the Zhang family would do more things. After all, they were in different positions. When Old Man Chang heard Old Man Pai's words, he suddenly smiled and said, "I have an idea that might work. Since the people in the Zhang family are willing to help the people, then we can use the people to force them to come out. For example, we can catch some people and tell them that if the two of them don't come out, we'll kill the people. Of course, we can't do this directly. We can arrange for some people in the Zhang family who don't know to do it. When the time comes, I don't believe that they won't come out. What do you think? What will they choose?" "I don't think so. They will kill the two of us first." "Do you think the two experts in the Zhang family can't see it? If they don't come out, will the people you sent kill them or not? If they kill the people, they can only wait for revenge. If they don't kill them, they will be more certain of something. What worried me the most wasn't this matter. Even if he guessed, he might not be able to guess the two of us. I always felt that those two people were very good at calculating and could calculate everything. As long as we were calculated, we wouldn't be able to live a good life. If the people were fine, they would take revenge. If the people were really injured, I think the people of our two families would be killed by the experts of the Zhang family. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Let's make a deal first. When the people in the Zhang family ask me about this, I will tell them everything. I won't help you hide it. Otherwise, my family will be finished." When Old Man Pai heard Old Man Chang's words, he knew that it was a bad idea. If this kind of thing was really done, once people found out, his side would be finished. Even Old Man Chang's master, Zhang Jiling, and the others would not be able to live a good life. Were the two experts in the Zhang family so easy to provoke? They clearly knew that the two of them loved the people, but they still wanted to use the people. The result would not be good. If the two of them were forced to leave Tang, it would not be enough even if they died 1,000 times. At this time, Old Man Chang did not say anything. Just now, he was going to let Old Man Pai do this, but he was not going to do it. Seeing that Old Man Pai said that he would tell the Zhang family, what else could he do? How could the Zhang family not ask Old Man Pai at that time? Since he could not do it, then he continued to write. As he wrote, he stopped and said, "Do you think that the doctor that came with the Zhang family this time is a little different from the previous ones? In the past, when the doctors encountered some problems, they would find a way to treat it. For example, when there was a big wound on the body, they would usually apply medicine to it. But the doctors who came with us were different. They discovered that those who had large wounds actually used needles to stitch them up. That was fine. After all, the stitches they made were pretty good. What I didn't understand was that there was a person who had an accident on the inside of his stomach. They actually cut open his stomach and tidied up the inside. In the end, they sewed it up again. That person is still alive now. Is he the reincarnation of Hua Tuo? How is that possible? How did they know the situation in the stomach? Do you know? I just don't understand. If it were me, if I cut open a person's stomach, I would not know what was inside at all. But they knew. Old Man Chang was very curious about this surgery. He did not object to others cutting open a person's stomach, but he felt that it was a little unbelievable. In the past, he had only heard that the powerful Hua Tuo could cut open a person's stomach, and then sew it back up again after the treatment. Those things that were done here were all the same, especially when it came to giving birth. In the beginning, Old Man Chang did not know what those doctors were doing with all kinds of special tools. Later, when he saw a person with an injury in her stomach being cut open for treatment, he finally understood. Those female doctors who stayed in the delivery room were only prepared to use knives to give birth to the child that could not be born. It was too scary. No wonder they were not afraid of dystocia. At that time, they said that there was no need to worry about dystocia. They would definitely give birth to the child. Turned out that they were using such method. Old Man Chang only knew that others could perform surgery, but Old Man Pai knew more things. He had discovered that when Zhang Zhong was an official in Huayuan County, there were often ghosts there. The people who had just died were buried, but immediately found that they were gone. After a few days they came back, but there were many more wounds on their bodies. Those wounds were obviously sewn up. Some of the internal organs were also missing. Some people said that the evil spirits took the people away, ate the insides, and sewed them back together. Old Man Pai really did not understand what was going on at that time. Anyway, he did not believe in ghosts. Until he saw that the doctors brought by Zhang Zhong could so skillfully cut and sew up the wounds of others, he understood. So that was what happened. He did not expose this matter, and he did not blame the Zhang family for doing this. After all, people were dead. Even if they went to the underworld, it had nothing to do with this world. Since the dead could help the living do something useful, then even if he died one day, he was willing to let others cut his body. As long as more people could be saved, he would be satisfied. Thinking of this, Old Man Pai said to Old Man Chang, "In fact, it's very simple. Their knife skills were practiced from the dead. You know the dead, right? They dug up the people who had just died and cut them bit by bit with a knife until they were familiar with the cut and knew what the place should look like. Then they could do it. As for the bones, they would deliberately break them and touch them with their hand. After touching them, they would cut open the skin and flesh to see if it felt the same as when they touched it. Didn't you notice that they were very familiar with the way they dealt with the broken bones in the first place? These are all experiences gained from the dead. I think the reason why they were brought here is that the Zhang family was afraid that they would spread the news. If that happened, the Zhang family would be finished. When more people could accept it, Zhang Zhong would not be afraid. Now, do you understand? I've already thought about it. If I die one day, I'll tell them to send this body of mine to that medical school and let those doctors use my body to practice their skills. If I can save one more person because of my body, I'll be able to rest in peace in the afterlife." Old Man Pai was very serious when he said this. It did not seem like he was joking at all. Old Man Chang stopped writing and looked at Old Man Pai without blinking. After a while, he nodded seriously and said, Good ability. No wonder they can save so many people. Turns out that they trained from the bodies of the dead. Good, I have also decided that when the day comes that I can't live anymore, I will also give my body to them. I believe that even my parents won't blame me when they know how many people my body can save. Then, don't tell anyone about this, especially your family's master, Zhang Jiuling. Who knows what others will think? What I am thinking now is how to help them steal more people's bodies. The more bodies there are, the better their practice will be. Let's not talk about anything else. You saw the action of cutting people's stomachs that day, right? What did the people around say? We should help them more. Since Hua Tuo can cut people, why can't the doctors here? Old Man Pai actually wanted to drag Old Man Chang in with him. Don't worry about anything else. Just do what you're supposed to do. When you cut, pay attention to your limit. Yes, that's what he said. Turns out that they were asking for stability at that time. Yes, you have to practice more. Only by practicing more can you keep up with the stability. Yes, you have to practice more. Only by practicing more can you keep up with the stability. I think that this matter should be taught to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The two of them are already stable at such a young age. If they are older, they will not be comparable to ordinary people. Old Man Chang recalled what he heard and saw that day. Suddenly, he thought of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He wanted them to learn medicine as well. Old Man Pai smiled mysteriously and said, How do you know that they won't? If they don't want to be good people, then they want to be good doctors. Zhang Xiaobao's ambition is not small. Maybe they are practicing with dead people now. Oh, that's right. They have learned a lot, and they are very good at it. I don't know how they learned it. If it were an ordinary child, they would not know anything at this age. They would only listen to what others say. These two are definitely not like that. A lot of things are done by the two of them. Old Man Chang was very happy to hear Old Man Pai's words. In his heart, he had already treated Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as his own grandson and granddaughter. The more powerful they were, the happier he was. If anyone wanted to hurt them, he would fight to the death. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know that what they were doing had been guessed by others. They were still busy with the amusement park. As for the matter of the swindlers, it was still early. No matter what, they had to wait until the other side took away the first fish eggs and seed. Especially Zhang Xiaobao. He didn't believe that those people were just trying to cheat a little bit of money. Wang Wan took the time to ask Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, I suddenly thought of something. Those people are using Qinzhou's identification, and they need our Chamber of Commerce to vouch for them. If we really vouch for them, when something happens, will we go to Qinzhou?" "Qinzhou? What's the point of going there? They won't admit to it. If I'm not wrong, even if we send people there to ask, they will only admit to it verbally. But when something really happens, they will deny it. If you don't believe me, you can get a seal from Qinzhou and compare it with the seal from Qinzhou. This is definitely something that the Ning clan did on purpose. How could they not think of a way out? If they want to cheat a little bit of money before leaving, then they won't have any chance. If they leave for a little bit of money, then they can spread the news that they cheated our family." Zhang Xiaobao was in this line of work, including his analysis of human nature. He could see that the other side was doing this on purpose. If they were cheated and really went to look for them, then it would be even more embarrassing. Ah, how could it involve such matters? What should we do? What if they run away this time? Do we need to send people to keep an eye on them? Wang Wan suddenly thought of the consequences of this matter, so she asked Zhang Xiaobao. After asking, she realized that she shouldn't have asked. Since Zhang Xiaobao said it, how could he not be prepared? Sure enough, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "I already arranged people to keep an eye on them. But if they run away now, I won't let people catch them immediately. Instead, I will let people follow them and see where they go. At the same time, we don't need to stop here. The fish eggs are actually very good. They can be made into high-priced caviar. It's a pity that they used their clever minds on other things and didn't use them here at all. Otherwise, why would they hate us? Isn't it just because they are jealous of our things? So that's how it is. Then, should we raise a lot of fish in the future?" When Wang Wan heard that the fish could be made into caviar, she had a plan in her heart. This thing was really good, and if there was a little promotion, more people would be willing to come and eat it. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, "Not in the future, but now. Didn't they say that they were buying fish eggs? That didn't say when the fish had to be collected. When the time came for the fish to lay eggs, the eggs would be moved away and incubated elsewhere. When the fish hatched, there would be more fish. As for the money that the people take out, we can give it to them secretly. That is, let the people help us raise the fish. In this way, we don't have to worry about other things. When they see that they didn't cheat too much money the first time, they must wait for the second time. Many swindlers are like this, so swindlers with such ideas will eventually be caught. Ordinary people don't know how to make a choice, so they will lose some money. If swindlers don't know how to make a choice, what they lose is not as simple as money, they will lose their freedom. Let's delay them for a few days. Don't worry. Oh, it turns out that it's not easy to be a good swindler. It seems that I can't do it. Like you said, when I do something, I want to do it as perfectly as possible. I can't cheat people as long as I'm not good enough." When Wang Wan said this, it was unknown whether she was praising or belittling people. Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile, Only those who pursue perfection are suitable to be swindlers. Sometimes being able to retreat at the critical moment is also a kind of perfection. A real fool rushing forward is a pity. Well, let's not talk about swindlers. We'll do as you said. Let's see what they can do when the time comes. This trick is too bad. Even I can see it at a glance. I don't know what they are thinking. Do they really think that the Zhang family is so easy to bully? Come, let's pursue perfection here and build the outermost amusement park. Wang Wan stopped talking about the swindling and put her mind on the construction of the amusement park. Zhang Xiaobao also began to get busy. They were all busy with their own things. Those people from the Yellow River Shipping Company finally couldn't bear it anymore. They came here to make a fortune, not to stay idle. The people here didn't care about their things at all. They now understood that the plan was a lie. Although it was written well, in fact, it was useless at all. Instead, it made them lose a lot of money this time. More than a dozen owners gathered together this time. A few days ago, they separated and wanted to look for good business, especially to sell the things on the ship this time. As a result, they went to some places and met merchants from various places. When they talked about the things on the ship, the merchants looked at them as if they were not ordinary people. This was a big blow to them. They never thought that this would happen. Now they knew that there was no shortage of fur here, and there was no need for those leftovers. Even if they gave the things on the ship to others for free, they would not want them. Moreover, they also knew that the goods on Lu Zhou's ship could not be bought with money like before. They had to join the Chamber of Commerce here. If they wanted to join the Chamber of Commerce, they first had to take out some money, and the amount was not small. They had tried to find the local people, wanting to buy something from them. In the end, the people were on guard against them, as if they were guarding against thieves, which made them feel very defeated. Chapter 5:17. The sky is too far away, the sky is blue. The water is soft and the wind is warm, the white sail is splattered with blood, the sharks are annihilated. Qinzhou Bay, the tide is slow, the wooden horse turns on its own. Where is the sun? Sand piled up amusement park. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's children's amusement park was completed. There were not many things inside, only a merry-go-round, a slide, a maze, an ocean ball, a dollhouse, and a mirror. No matter where the children came from, as long as they were under the age of 10, everything was free. They could even bring an adult with them for free. The snacks and meals were also cheap. They even arranged for a doctor to be present so that all the children who came could have their pulse checked for free. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan treated this amusement park as a benefit. Even though they both knew that it was the easiest to earn money from children, they really disdained to do it at a place where they could have fun. A child's laughter was priceless. They could not let some children lose the opportunity to play just because their family did not have money. This kind of thinking was not considered noble to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they just wanted to have peace of mind. The location was chosen to be next to the pier because they could play with sand here. Children were all willing to play with sand, regardless of whether they were a boy or a girl. The amusement park had a special place to wash clothes and a small bed for children to sleep on. When they got dirty, they could take a bath and sleep. When they woke up, their clothes would be dry. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, don't suppress or erase a child's creativity just because they will dirty their clothes. The reason why children liked to play with mud was because it was easy to mold. Every child had their own dream, and they needed to use mud to find a way to realize their dream. Many adults had already forgotten about their childhood. They only hoped that their children would be obedient, well-behaved, sensible, good in their studies, or be able to help with the chores. In the eyes of many adults, a child sitting steadily on a stool was better than a child playing with mud in the yard. Zhang Xiaobao could not accept the middle-aged man's actions. Wasn't it easy to let the child study well? As long as the difficulty of the game gradually increased during the process of playing, one would not be able to continue playing without knowledge. Children would naturally learn for the sake of playing, not for the sake of learning and learning. Could it be that His Excellency was not playing? It was just that the things to play with were different, and the tools to playhouse had been upgraded. When the adults were happy that they could buy some meat dumplings with the money they earned today, it was no different from when the children were playing house to make dumplings. The yearning was the same, even more so than the adult. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao, who had never received a formal education, proposed a new teaching theory. That was, in the areas controlled by his Chamber of Commerce, there would be a 15-year compulsory education, starting from the age of 1 and preparing to start after 10 years. The current amusement park was an experiment to see what the children liked so that it could be adjusted in the future. Jump down, it'll be cool if you jump down. Look at the little girl in the pond over there. She's already jumped down. Beside a 1-meter deep swimming pool, Wang Wan encouraged a 1.3 to 1.4 meter tall boy to jump into the water. The little boy seemed to be very afraid of water, but he still wanted to play in the pool like other people. He stood on the shore and hesitated, looking at the water and the children playing in the pool. His breathing became more and more rapid, but he still did not dare to jump. There were more than a dozen pools built here, each with a different depth. The height of the children needed to be checked first, which was the height from their feet to their chins. Then, they were arranged to play in the pool. This height was just enough for people to swim, or even step on the water. As long as they felt that it was impossible, they could stand straight and not be drowned. There were also 2 adults who specialized in first aid. When they saw that the children did not show their heads, they would jump in to help. They were afraid that the children would be anxious and forget to stand straight. With so much preparation, there were still children who were afraid. Wang Wan did not know whether they had been drowned before or were naturally afraid of water, but she knew that once they overcame the fear at this time, they would not be afraid of water in the future. Zhang Xiaobao could not stand watching from the side. He walked behind the boy and directly kicked him into the water. Why don't you dare to jump into the water beside the pool? It's not like it's a 10-meter high platform. Once you learn to swim, as long as you don't encounter any special situation in the future, you can swim up by yourself after falling into the water. Can you wait for others to save you? Don't you know that saving people can also lead to death? After muttering to himself, Zhang Xiaobao sat back down. The boy was scared out of his wits. He struggled a few times in the water and choked on his saliva. Finally, he stood up straight and coughed twice. He looked around and was sure that nothing was wrong. This time, he was relieved. He walked back and forth in the water, his 2 arms paddling vigorously. After a few strokes, he floated up and continued to drink water. He was no longer afraid. How can you do that? His parents must be unwilling. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression as if he had done a meritorious deed and did not know whether to laugh or cry. His parents should thank me. I let his children know that since they yearn for it and want to face it, it's better to take the initiative than to be passive. Look at how happy those children are. I haven't been there since I was young. It's too expensive, and I can't bear to spend that money. Now that this welfare is out, should we build some exercises in the community? Let's build them in Luzhou. Zhang Xiaobao looked at those children enviously. It was a beautiful memory to be able to play in the amusement park when he was young. Build exercises? What exercises? Do you think the people stay at home all day without work? Are you going to delay the matter of the Yellow River Shipping Company? They've already gone to your father. When Wang Wan saw the child's father stand up and sit back down, she knew what was going on. His son was kicked, and the parents wanted to ask about it, but they found that they could not afford to offend him. Moreover, his son was fine and had forgiven Xiao Bao. When she heard Xiao Bao mention the community, she directly rejected it. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly understood and said, "The Yellow River Shipping Company. Yes, and them. I don't know if I should admire their courage or say that they can't see the situation clearly. They want to use the fur scraps of those ships to exchange for the local specialties here, and they want to exchange for another ship. Are the fur scraps of those dozens of ships worth a ship when they collect them? Especially that guy surnamed Sunday. While he admitted that we are strong here, he also said how much he spent to collect the fur scraps in the capital. At the same time, he also asked how much the local specialties are worth here. After calculating it, in the end we made a profit and they lost money. At that time, I felt that he was not here to talk about business, nor was he here to compromise. He was afraid that we would lose something funny in our lives, so he came here to do a stand-up comedy. I don't understand. What is he thinking? Why can't the owner of a shipping company talk properly? Is he bullying my father because he doesn't know how to do business? This was the second time Zhang Xiaobao mentioned this matter. When Wang Wan heard it, she still covered her mouth and laughed. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao still had something to say. That was, what does the price of the goods have to do with me? If you spend 10 million yuan on goods, do you think I have to sell Lu Zhou to you? When she thought of this, Wang Wan knew that those people were deliberately crying poor to make themselves look more pitiful. It was impossible that they did not know the ability of the Zhang family in business. It was really difficult for them to say such words. Unfortunately, they were not ordinary people, and they were not cute children. In the end, they were deceived. Xiaobao, so you're saying that they should continue to do field trips at their own expense? There are 12 people, and they have been in the mountains for 6 days. I don't think they will be able to come out for at least a month. Each person spends 10 strings of coins a day. Just for food, shelter, protection, and sightseeing, it will cost them 20 strings of coins. That's 7,200 strings of coins in a month. Aren't you afraid that they will turn against you? Why would they turn against you? They are willing to do it. Didn't we agree that there will be a chance to exchange a ship's worth of local specialties for a ship's worth of fur? Let them go and take a look at the local specialties. Don't wait for the opportunity to come and they won't miss it. After looking at the mountains, there are still the sea. They are all good things. If they can bring back a ship's worth of goods, they will be able to earn all the money. Zhang Xiaobao said with a thoughtful look on his face. Wang Wan sighed. Sigh. They might have done too much business with others and learned too much. They just had to play tricks with your father. Now they have the opportunity, and whether they can exchange for the local specialties are two different things. What's more, the local specialties might not be those tributes. Do you really want to go against the Yellow River Shipping Company? What do you mean I want to go against the Yellow River Shipping Company? You should ask them if they still dare to play tricks with my father. Do they want to go against the Zhang family? Strength determines everything. If we want to destroy the Yellow River Shipping Company, we will destroy them. I will wait for them to come to their senses and talk things over with my father. My father is a rank 4 official. It's good enough that he can meet them, but they don't know how to cherish the opportunity. This was what Zhang Xiaobao was most dissatisfied with. His father is a provincial governor. How high is his position? How much face did he give to you businessmen to meet him? He even accompanied you for a meal, but you don't want to tell the truth. Do you think you are Xin Wansan? Even if you are Xin Wansan, you are still so stupid. You don't know how to give the biggest benefits to the powerful people. You can't be rich enough to go against the country. If you have money, you must take it out. You must also use the name of the person in power. Even if others know what is going on, you must still put yourself in the right position. If I don't teach you a lesson, who should I teach a lesson? What if they think it through and talk to your father? Will you just give them the local specialties? Wang Wan asked again. Yes, I have killed almost all the sharks. You don't know, but the shark meat jerky is very delicious. As for the fins, they are not delicious, so I won't give them. Do they have sharks in the Yellow River? Are they local specialties? Also, the shark bones are not bad. If they are willing, I will give them some. If there are too many, I will keep them as snacks. Zhang Xiaobao will not sell things like shell fragrance and hawksbill turtle to other businessmen. Wang Wan was relieved. That's right. Shark meat is really good. The shark fins are not delicious, so I won't give them. Chapter 518. What Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan liked to see the most was their family living together in harmony, the people around them being able to live a stable life, and the smiling faces of their children. It could be said to be great or selfish, but the two of them were already tired of taking the initiative to attack others, so they had been patiently doing what they wanted to do. When merchants came from outside, they first had to consider their attitude. If they came with a friendly attitude, the two of them would treat them the same. If they came with the intention of suppressing the Zhang family in the Chamber of Commerce, the two of them would deal with them according to the degree. The attitude of the people of the Yellow River Shipping Company had been fluctuating between cooperation and non-cooperation, so Zhang Xiaobao made a move. The main reason was that those owners had a bad attitude towards Zhang Zhong. It wasn't that merchants couldn't do anything to officials, but it was a matter of mentality. If it were two people, it wouldn't be a big deal for a merchant to meet some officials of a certain rank, but the status of the officials here was much higher than that of the merchants. Those owners spoke to Zhang Zhong in such a way, it could only mean that they didn't respect Zhang Zhong's position in their hearts. Perhaps this matter would cause a lot of losses to the people of the Yellow River Shipping Company, but to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it was just a small episode. It wasn't as big of an impact as a 2-year-old child struggling in the water. Xiaobao, look, that child is really fun. He seems to want to swim, but unfortunately, the water is too shallow. After Wang Wan finished talking about the shark, she pointed at the child in the shallowest pool and said excitedly to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head to look and also laugh. That pool was unusually shallow. Even if the child sat in it, he wouldn't drown. Only 2 of the more than 10 pools were like this, so he was afraid that the child wouldn't be able to stand steadily and sit down. The child seemed a little unwilling to stay in such water. His little hands and feet moved vigorously, and his body really floated up a little. After swimming for a while, he felt that it was not satisfying to be able to touch the bottom of the pool all the time. He stood up and staggered in the water. He actually climbed to the top of the pool and opened his arms. His legs moved quickly and with a splash, he jumped into the pool that was slightly deeper than the original one. This time, it was deep enough, and the child's chin just happened to be up to the child's chin. This scared the child playing inside. When he saw a child younger than him coming over, he thought that it would be dangerous and wanted to come over to save him. However, the child raised his head and started to swim by himself while giggling. Not only were the children who wanted to save them dumbfounded, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also stunned. What a genius! He can actually smile and swim at the same time. Could it be that he also trained like you? Wang Wan was relieved. She signaled to the rescue personnel on the shore to just watch from nearby. There was no need to go and pull the child out. Zhang Xiaobao also felt that it was very strange. How did the child float? Obviously, his 4 limbs were not moving. When he was lying there and smiling, it was impossible for his breathing to be so coordinated. It was just not heavy. After thinking for a while, he said, "It seems that we should come up with more sports in the future, such as football, basketball, and so on. There are also track and field events. Yes, the polo here is also good. Then I will personally train this child. When he grows up, he will win a gold medal and a championship. It's okay to do some sports, but there must be a standardized school. However, it must not be the kind where the rich can enter, and the poor lose the opportunity. Also, there must not be any corrupt officials." Wang Wan thought that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to use those sports to make money. She was worried that with the large amount of money generated, some people would lose themselves, so she reminded him. Zhang Xiaobao knew that this matter was indeed profitable. However, he not only planned to make money, but also to increase some entertainment activities in the lives of the gradually prosperous people. Don't worry, we can take things slowly. The people here are not like when we were in the past. Sometimes they might not cheat even if you ask them to. When we are about to leave Luzhou, we will start with Luzhou and the capital. As for the other places, as long as our Chamber of Commerce has not penetrated into them, we will leave them alone first. Since Zhang Xiaobao mentioned this matter, he had to come up with a general framework first. Wang Wan nodded. Then, she shook her head and said, I don't think it will work. If the few places you mentioned are successful and really make money, how can Chuzhou City and Hunan not follow suit? Then, won't we lose an opportunity to join them? You're right. Others will learn. Even if they can't come up with such a good system, they will follow suit. After all, this matter can make money. Let them follow suit. When the time comes, we can cooperate with them and compete with each other in several areas, just like the competition between various craftsmen. When Zhang Xiaobao heard Wang Wan's words, he knew that he could not control everything. The people here were not stupid. Not only were they not stupid, but they were also very smart. Perhaps they were a little less knowledgeable, but as long as he and Wang Wan came up with something, others would immediately copy it. There was no way to guard against it, unless he wanted to tamper with the things he was doing and deliberately harm others. Then, it would become a purely commercial calculation. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to commercialize everything. It's still early to talk about this. Xiaobao, are there pirated copies of our bags? Do we need to do something? When Wang Wan talked about the imitation, she thought of the situation of the furniture and bags. These two things had just been released for a short time, but in the end there were people who copied them. The marks deliberately left behind at the beginning could come in handy at this time. The problem of imitation could not be solved by any legal means. Not to mention that the law was not so perfect, especially in the business aspect. Even if it was perfect, so what? Those that should be counterfeited would still be counterfeited, and it would be impossible to catch them. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that the counterfeiting started in Beijing. After all, those leather bags and furniture were sent to Beijing to be sold first. These were just delivered not long ago. It must be those who couldn't buy them and wanted to buy them at a high price. As a result, the counterfeiting market was formed. Didn't they already issue a certificate? According to the information we received, the people over there did not issue a certificate. When the time comes, the people who bought them will think of a way to do it themselves. Let them make it first. Stop the first generation and start to change the design. Start the second generation. This time, directly start the production in Beijing, which is the workshop in Sanshui County. Make more. The first generation is just to see the reaction of the market. It seems that it is good. Then let's stockpile the second generation and release it at the same time. It is convenient to have carrier pigeons. Now I want to know how many pigeons Zhang Jiuling has in Beijing. Did he send a few batches of pigeons over there? Zhang Xiaobao pondered. There were not many counterfeiters over there. If the marks were exposed now, others would follow suit. He would wait until there were more people. This kind of thing was decided in one sentence. Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan and walked to other places. The two of us also play. I didn't play when I was young. Make up for it, make up for it. The two of them walked towards the merry-go-round. On the way, they encountered a mirror. There were many children in front of the mirror doing all kinds of things. Even the adults were curiously watching. They had never seen this kind of thing before. There are kaleidoscopes in front. It is more interesting over there. Wang Wan saw that there were not many mirrors and there were many people, so she reminded them. When the two of them were making the mirrors, they thought of making one mirror of the same size. Now, they found that it was not enough. When the children played here, they would stand in front for a long time. The children at the back had to wait. Wang Wan reminded others and said, "Let's go back and make 2 more sets. It is easy to get into fights if you always wait." That's true. Fortunately, there are no children fighting now. They all know that this place was made by my father. They are very obedient. The weather is too hot. Let's have a small competition. Children of the same age compete. The first few can eat ice cream for free, and the last few can eat shaved ice. It is a consolation prize. Zhang Xiaobao saw that almost all the children here came to play. Their faces were full of smiles. He was happy. He wanted to spend more money to make the children happy. Okay, it doesn't cost much anyway. If money can buy happiness, it is worth it. Unfortunately, the kaleidoscopes can only be seen here and can't be taken away. After all, that thing is too expensive. If everyone has one, it can't be sold at a high price in the future. It will also harm them. Wang Wan also agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion of a competition. It was just an excuse to give people things for free. She thought of the kaleidoscope. That thing was not expensive, but it was definitely not cheap. If it was really given to the children here, when they knew the price in the future, would they keep it or sell it? It was easy to cause trouble. The two of them found the person in charge here. After some instructions, when the children knew that there were good things, the whole amusement park was filled with children's cheers. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already ridden on the wooden horse. With the impact of the water, the wooden horse rotated up and down. The two of them originally thought that they could experience the joy of childhood, but now they found that even with their current bodies, they could not find the feeling of the past. On the contrary, the children here were very excited to ride on the wooden horse. Life, once it is gone, it can never be found again. Even the setbacks in childhood are beautiful memories now. What a pity! After riding for a while, Zhang Xiaobao realized that there were other children waiting there. He said something to Wang Wan, who was beside him, and jumped down to carry the 4-year-old child up. He even held him in place so that he wouldn't accidentally fall off. The child wiped his nose and smiled happily. From time to time, he waved his hand at the Master Jia who was standing below. Wang Wan also gave her position to others. She stood there and watched, trying to find the past from the children. In fact, I haven't been to the amusement park many times. How can I have the time? My family is busy, and I have to keep learning, just to be better than the children of the same age. After so many years, I have a little regret, but also a little pride. This is the child we were at that time, gambling on tomorrow with youth. Wang Wan also sighed with emotion. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao and walked to the slide. Even if they did not have the feeling of childhood, they should still play. From the time this thing was made until now, the two of them had not played with it. Besides, this slide was different from the wooden horse. When they came down from a high place, no matter what kind of training they had had, they would still have a special feeling. The ladder of the slide was wide, and the height of each step was not high. This way, there was no need to worry about the children accidentally falling from above. The adults were also watching from below. At the bottom of the slide, there was a sand pit and there were a few quilts on it. This slide was 3 feet high. When the children were sliding down from above, they seemed to have never had such an experience. They were very nervous. One of them did not dare to slide down halfway. He held on to the protective places on both sides with his hands and did not want to go down. The children waiting at the top kept urging him. The adults below kept persuading the children to let go of their hands, which led to the laughter of others. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not have any good ideas. The children were afraid. The problem was that they were still sliding down. Wouldn't it be better if they did not come down? Go up and get the children down, Zhang Xiaobao said and ran up from the other side. He asked the people waiting at the bottom of the slide to make way. He slid over. When he reached the child in the middle, he slowed down and said a few words. Then, he carried the child down. What did you say to him? Wang Wan asked curiously. I said there is good food to eat down there. If you don't go down, it will be eaten by others. Zhang Xiaobao replied with a smile. Sure enough, The child who came down opened his eyes wide and looked at Zhang Xiaobao, waiting to eat. Wang Wan had to go to the place selling baked egg rolls and get an egg roll for the child. However, the child turned around and wanted to go up again. I'll say this first. If you continue to stay in the middle and wait for others to give you food, there won't be any left. Wang Wan knew what he was thinking when she saw the little boy's rolling eyes, so she said this. The child immediately stopped regretfully. He turned around and took the egg roll from the master's hand and ate it bit by bit. At his speed, it was estimated that he could finish the egg roll for an hour. Obviously, he was reluctant to part with it. The productivity is not developed, and the supplies are not enough. Even some of the things in life are greatly affected. Seeing him eat reminds me of the ice cream that someone once gave me. It melted in the end, but I haven't finished it yet. When will all the children be able to eat as much as they want? Zhang Xiaobao went to get another egg roll and gave it to the child. In the end, the child gave the egg roll to his mother so that she could try it. Wang Wan said with a smile, "Actually, this is good. At least the child knows how to cherish. When Lu Zhou's life is better in the future, it will be a kind of happiness for them to remember. Just like how we are now, they can feel a little sentimental. Little young master, let's make another slide." At this time, a little girl about 5 years old came over and pulled Zhang Xiaobao's clothes in fear. She begged in a low voice. Her father was frightened and immediately came over to take the child away. Zhang Xiaobao stopped the adult, patted the little girl's head and said, "Well, let's make another slide. But this time, we won't make a slide like this one. Make a water slide. We'll directly rush down from the top and fall into the water." Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of something else, a water slide. It was something that gave off the feeling of surfing. This was not only for children to play with, but also for adults. However, adults naturally did not have the privilege of children. They had to spend money to play with it. The little girl's father smiled apologetically at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Little young master, don't listen to this little girl's nonsense. We know that this slide costs a lot of money. It's made of iron. Doesn't one cost more than 100 strings of coins? You don't have to make another one. One is enough." Zhang Xiaobao nodded and did not explain further. Anyway, he had already decided to make a water slide. The water that rushed down from the top was easy to deal with. He also used a water wheel to send it up. He just needed to make a slightly bigger pool. This project was not small. It needed to be built at such a high place. Otherwise, it would not be able to hold so much water. The little girl was a little disappointed, but she knew that this thing was expensive, so she nodded obediently. She gave Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan a charming smile, and let her father lead her to another place to play. "Let's go. This place doesn't belong to us anymore," Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. "Let's go. After all, this place doesn't belong to us anymore. Let's go to the dock and see how many sharks they've killed to make delicious shark fins. The shark skin can be used to make swimming clothes. If we can find some rich people to come here, we can sell them the swimsuit. Let's go. We won't look." As Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked towards the pier together, Zhang Xiaobao couldn't help but look longingly at the children playing there. When the two of them came to the dock where the fish were processed, the smell of blood washed over them from afar. When they got closer, they saw a lot of blood flowing into the sea. From time to time, people went in and out of that place. We have to think of a way to solve this environmental problem. If we keep washing the blood in, how many flies will it attract? Let's build a special boat and let them process it on the boat. Wang Wan smelled the smell of blood and looked at the flies hovering in the sky. Zhang Xiaobao also noticed this problem. He thought for a while and said, "We don't know how long it will take to build a boat. Let's not wait. We'll change a cargo boat and use it as their workshop. We'll arrange it in a while." "Little master, little miss, you two are here? The smell of blood here is too strong. It's better to look at it from afar. Otherwise, you will have nightmares at night. When the steward in charge of the situation here saw the two of them coming, he quickly came forward to persuade them. There's no need. Is there any shark skin that is more complete? Zhang Xiaobao asked the manager. The steward revealed a troubled expression. When they went out, they had already been instructed to keep the shark's skin intact as much as possible. However, it was too dangerous to kill it. Everyone just wanted to kill it quickly and neglected this matter. Seeing the steward's expression, Zhang Xiaobao understood. It's fine if there isn't. As long as the people are fine, it's fine. Get the damaged shark skin. When the time comes, we can make something with it. Little Gongzi, that place is really too dangerous. We all tied ourselves up with rope. Otherwise, it would be very easy for us to fall. Little Gongzi, is it possible to make a strong net? When the time comes, we can use that to catch sharks. The net we used last time was broken by the sharks. Seeing that the little master and the little miss didn't pursue the matter, the steward was relieved and told his idea. Oh, so the nets don't work? It seems that we have to make the boats bigger. When the time comes, we can use the nets made of iron wires to catch the sharks. This matter will be arranged when we go back. You can continue. Remember not to throw away the fishing float. It's delicious. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had discussed using nets to catch the shark. They also mentioned iron wires. But now, iron wires were not easy to make. They needed craftsmen to make them bit by bit. The two of them didn't have a wire drawing machine. After giving another order, the two of them didn't stay here any longer. They took a few shark fishing floats and prepared to go back to make some dishes. Then they rowed back. Cuckoo, do you think we can find a way to get a few whales here? The kind that can be shot with cannons or crossbows. There are more good things on the whales. On the way back, Zhang Xiaobao sat behind Wang Wan and asked while holding the shark fishing floats in his hand. I can't make cannons now, and I don't dare to do it. If it's discovered, it'll be over. As for the crossbows, we have to ask Li Sun. Do you dare to make the crossbows directly? Let's see if Li Sun can think of a way to let us not be restricted. Also, let's talk to Grandpa Bai. Otherwise, as long as this thing appears, it will be big trouble. Wang Wan replied after thinking for a while. The two of them were silent for a while. This matter was really too difficult. That kind of large-scale war weapon couldn't be made casually. The technology was difficult for others, but it was easy for them. However, they didn't dare to do it casually. Now they made some weapons, but they were all small ones. No one would investigate, and they did it in the name of conscription. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao said, Let's have someone make it first. When the time comes, we will put it on the boat. As long as no one else sees it, it will be fine. Catching a whale can let many people eat fish meat. Let's bring up the matter first and take it slowly. With Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan didn't care anymore. She sped up and the horse began to gallop from its previous stroll. When the two of them returned to the yamen, Li Sun was already waiting at the door. He didn't go in to wait, but sat on the stairs outside. He held his chin with both hands and was thinking about something. His eyes were looking at the distant sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 519. Cooperation? How do they want to cooperate? Zhang Xiaobao asked as he jumped down from his horse. What they are thinking is that they will use money to buy a part of the things that I have built over there. When the time comes, the income of that place will be theirs. Also, some of our carriages and horses will be given to them. I really don't know what they are thinking. How can they say such a thing? Li Sun showed a helpless expression. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he also felt that the people of the Yellow River Shipping Company were stupid. How could they have such a stupid idea? If it was anyone else, they wouldn't agree. Thinking of the 12 owners, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said to Li Sun, Don't pay attention to them. Do you have other things to do? If it's just such a small matter, then you wouldn't be sitting at the door waiting. Li Sun saw that Zhang Xiaobao saw through him and nodded. He sighed and said, There's news from the capital. I will have my own fief. It's not a false title. They really want me to go somewhere else. I don't know where I will go. I might have to leave soon. Originally, I wanted to wait for your father's matter to be done before I let your family follow. Now, it seems that there's not enough time. When the time comes, we won't be able to see each other. If we want to see each other, we will have to travel a long way. I really don't want to leave. Li Sun finally said what was troubling him. He just received the news today. He was old enough to have his own place. If it was in the past, he would be very happy. But now, he didn't want to leave Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He only felt interesting when he was with the two of them. Others were afraid of him. Zhang Xiaobao was very surprised when he heard the news. After calculating, Li Sun was indeed old enough. If he left, not only would he have one less person to play with, but he also couldn't do many things. He was still counting on Li Sun to make the siege crossbow. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaobao asked, "Isn't it not settled yet? You can think of a way to delay it. I estimate that by the second harvest this year, my father will have to move to another place. At that time, you can arrange a place to go. It shouldn't be too difficult. You can cause a small trouble or do something that can't be interrupted. That way, your time in the fief will be extended." "What can't be interrupted? I can't think of anything. You and I know each other, so help me think of a way." When Li Sun heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he felt a glimmer of hope. He no longer had the ability to ask Zhang Xiaobao for help. "All right, think about it. Think about it carefully. There's no rush. Even if they've made a decision now, it'll take some time for them to send the news over. You can continue with your work on that thing on the mountain. Cuckoo and I will think of a way for you." Zhang Xiaobao did not have any good ideas at this moment. Everything happened too suddenly. However, he was confident that he could find a reason to make Li Sun stay in Luzhou for a few more days. When his father was about to leave, he would follow Li Sun to his fief. Li Sun's fief would not be an entire province, but it would not be small either. Naturally, his father would not be able to work in the imperial court. He would have to continue training outside. Perhaps he would be able to promote his position as a lower fourth-grade official. If he was promoted to a higher fourth-grade official or lower third-grade official, he would still be a provincial governor outside. Li Sun nodded. He felt more at ease now. He did not say anything more to the two of them. He turned around and left. He had to make a trip to the mountain and settle the matters there as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not have the time to care about it if it was not settled by the time he left. "What should we do? If he leaves, we'll have one less person to help us. We have to think of a way. Xiao Bao, let's think about it separately. When the time comes, we'll think of a way together. If we think together, we'll be easily influenced by the other person." Wang Wan did not want Li Sun to leave so early. Both of them wanted to train Li Sun properly. Therefore, she suggested that they split up to think of a way. The two of them found a place to sit and thought hard. The people of the Yellow River Shipping Company had their eyes open this time. Although they could see many dangerous places on both sides of the Yellow River, the 100,000 mountains gave them a different feeling. The mountains and rivers here, as well as the rainbow-colored waterfall, were very attractive. They had played these days and participated in hunting activities. None of them wanted to leave. They wanted to walk around here more. Although they had spent a lot of money, they did not feel any heartache. What they were thinking now was that since the people here did not feel any heartache after spending money, then the rich people from other places must be the same. Therefore, they wanted to occupy some space here. Sun Dongjia had already found the person in charge left behind by Li Sun to discuss this matter. However, the person in charge had no right to decide. He could only let them wait for a while and ask the little prince before they could give an answer. "It's really good here, especially those houses. It would be great if we could buy one. Unfortunately, they only rent it to the outside, and there is a time limit. One person can rent it for 5 days at a time. After 5 days, they have to give it to others. I don't know who came up with this idea. It's really amazing. A landlord was lying in the stream, looking at the white clouds in the sky and listening to the chirping of the surrounding birds. The people next to him also followed his example and lied there. However, some people didn't know what benefits there were in renting a house for 5 days, so they asked, "So what if it's 5 days? So what if it's 10 days? Isn't it still in this place? What's more, it's impossible for people to stay here for 5 days, right? After 2 days, they should continue to look at other places. In my opinion, 5 days is a bit too long. Who will rent for 5 days? 2 or 3 days will be enough." Hearing someone ask, the person who just spoke immediately said, "You don't understand. Some places don't need 5 days, but some places with good scenery are different. People who come here to visit can't stay in a place with good scenery for 5 days. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the local specialties in this place are better, and there are people helping to guard them. If you come from other places, will you be alone? Of course, you have to bring more people with you. Some people will stay here, and some will go to other places. They have a special place to make food here. Different places have different things to pick. In addition, there are many women. A man can't be with all the women all the time. Of course, they have to be separated. When that time comes, they will think of arranging women here and there. When they think of having their own women everywhere, that feeling." Speaking of these things, this person laughed. The others also understood when they heard this. It was indeed so. Especially in this mysterious mountain, arranging people to wait in different places would make one feel like a king. At this time, Sun Dongjia also said, "Not only that, the main thing is that I'm afraid that some people will rent the houses in key areas. When the time comes, they will rent it out to others at a high price. This is something that the people here don't allow. I reckon that it would be impossible for us to buy a part of this place. Who would give up such a good place? Look at those houses they built. They are clearly for renting out to some people who do business. When the time comes, we can just occupy more houses. As for buying a place, don't think about it. If that's the case, why do we still want to talk to them about buying? If we knew this, we would have just discussed with them about renting some good places." The person who asked the question asked at this time. Among the 12 people here, this person seemed to be the most stupid. Sun Dongjia was easy to talk to. When he heard the other person's question, he explained, "The reason is simple. In fact, those people might not be easy to talk to. If we directly say that we want to rent some places, they will ask for a high price. They might even deliberately make things difficult for us. However, if we say that we want to buy this place, it's different. If they don't agree, they will give up some things and let us choose. In this way, we don't have to take the initiative to rent those places from them at a low price." When Sun Dongjia said this, the person finally understood. He smiled and said, "I see. Good, when we meet their people, we will insist on buying this place and wait for them to make a concession. Good idea. Sun Dongjia is really smart. However, this place doesn't seem to be completely under Lu Zhou's control. Why don't we buy this place from other provinces? Can Lu Zhou's provincial governor be in charge of other provinces?" The person next to Sun Dongjia did not wait for him to speak this time. He explained to the stupid person, "The people from other provinces can't control this place. There are many mountain people here. Even if they sell this place to us in name, it's useless. Do you dare to go against the people here? Putting aside the fact that the person who created this place is a member of the imperial family, even if you don't care about his identity, can you protect this place? He can transfer all the people under his protection away and ask you to find a way here on your own? What ideas do you have? Ask the locals for help? The locals who can hunt here safely have long been taken away by others. Do you think they will wait for you? Ask them to transfer people from other provinces? Who do you have that can be transferred here? It's impossible. Even if those people are very powerful, they are not familiar with the situation here. They are useless. It's very likely that they will be eaten by some wild beast. Then what should we do? Can we only rent it? I'm worried that it won't be worth it if there are fewer people in the future. It's different if we buy it. We only have to spend money once and no one else will come. We can still stay here in the future. If there are fewer people renting it, we probably won't be able to earn back the rent. He's a member of the imperial family, so he naturally doesn't care about how much it costs to build things here. But we can't afford it. No, if the rent is too expensive, I will withdraw. The person who asked the question just now began to voice his thoughts. He didn't seem to be too stupid and knew the situation here. They hadn't even started to discuss whether to rent this place or not, and such a thing had already happened among their own people. This made Sun Dongjia feel very embarrassed and helpless. He was afraid that some people would not band together at the crucial moment. Now that there were already signs of it, he didn't know what would happen when the time came. At this point, the 12 people didn't have much intention to continue staying at the stream. They stood up one after another and ignored the water dripping from their bodies. After a while, they would be dry. Let's go and continue to look around. This place isn't small. No one knows if there is a better place. If we want to rent it, we have to occupy the best place. Sun Dongjia wiped his face with his hand and led the way forward. The 11 people followed behind him. As the group of people walked, they arrived at the waterfall with many rainbows that Li Sun had discovered. The water of the waterfall was still flowing, and rainbows appeared on the top of the waterfall, appearing very dazzling under the sunlight. There is actually such a place. Look at that pavilion. It's a pity that there is no house for business next to it. What should we do? I think there will be a lot of people here when we arrive. No, we have to discuss it with them and rent the pavilion and the corridor that extends into it. I'm willing to spend a lot of money. Even if other people don't come, I can follow the boat and come here to have a look in the future. Don't fight with me. I want this pavilion. When a boss saw the scenery here, he immediately said to the others. Boss Sun finally couldn't bear it this time. Even if his temper was good, he couldn't watch these people become disunited in order to compete for a place. Otherwise, when the time came to discuss things with the people here, they would be attacked one by one. After hearing this person's words, Sun Dongjia's face sank and said, "What are you thinking? If they start to compete now, then when their people talk to us, they will also compete for a place. If they say that the person who offers the most will get the place, then we will help them raise the price. Listen to me, if you see a good place, then remember it. When the time comes, we will arrange these good places and divide them among ourselves. We can't let others take advantage of us. Also, no one is allowed to contact the people here in private. Otherwise, even if you secretly buy a good place here, you can only stay here. There will be no place for you on the Yellow River. Did you hear me? I will say this again." Sun Dongjia didn't have the intention to joke at this time. He looked at everyone with a serious face. Everyone understood the importance of this matter. On the Yellow River, Sun Dongjia's boat was the most powerful. One by one, they nodded. They didn't want to lose the business in the Yellow River after getting a place here. No matter how good this place was, it was just a place to do business. The Yellow River was their foundation. Without the Yellow River, they would be finished. Therefore, after knowing that they couldn't bring out their thoughts, one by one, they began to agree with Sun Dongjia's words. Seeing that they understood his meaning, Sun Dongjia was relieved. He said to them, "In the next few days, we need to spend more money to let them know that we are not short of money. This way they will care about us. After all, everyone wants to make money. Even if we lose some this time, it's nothing. But we must not casually take out money to buy things. We need to buy things that are useless to us, but will be popular in the future. When we go back, we need to think about how to make these things more valuable." "Alright, that's what I mean. Let's go and have a look at the pavilion first." When everyone heard Sun Dongjia's words, they nodded. They really wanted to play here. They didn't care about the people around them. By the time they arrived at the pavilion, Li Sun's side was also rushing over on their horses. It would probably take at least 5 days to find them. After all, they were quite far away. The people of the Yellow River Shipping Company found their things, but the people who came to cheat had been anxiously waiting. Now they were a bit regretful. When they said this idea, they forgot that the fish grew slowly. The fish they gave out were not big. This made them have to wait for a long time. Now they were a bit worried that if they spread the news, their master would be angry. They stayed together to think about what to do. The head of the Chamber of Commerce sat in the middle. He looked at the people around him and said, "Everyone, what should we do now? We can't just do nothing and go on as before. We have to wait until next year. We can wait, but our master can't wait." Who came up with this idea? As he spoke, his eyes looked at the person sitting closest to him on the left. This person was a bit scared. Wei Wei lowered her head, but she was scolding them in her heart. "When I said this idea, you didn't oppose it. Now that you found that you didn't think it through enough, you stood up and said something. You even pushed the responsibility to me. What were you doing in the beginning?" Although he thought so, he absolutely didn't dare to say it. If he really said it, he would be handed over. Others would wait for him to take the responsibility. Seeing that they asked him, he had to bite the bullet and admit it. "Yes, I didn't think it through at the beginning. I was wrong. I will take responsibility for this matter. But now is not the time to find out who is responsible. We should think about what we should do. Didn't I tell them to feed the fish noodles? That way they would waste a lot of noodles. But who knew that they didn't do as we said? What should we do? Should we say that we don't accept the fish eggs that eat other things? That's fine, but we won't accept it. It's just a little bit of money. They now have a total of 20 people who are willing to do this. Together, they only have enough money. What's the use of this little money? It's useless to Zhang Zhong. They don't care about this little money at all. Should we say that we cheated the Zhang family of their business and cheated them of their money? This person seemed very helpless when talking about this matter, but it was normal. After all, it was the first time. If all the people agreed, then something bad would have happened. But now, they couldn't leave immediately. If others knew about this, not only would they not laugh at Zhang Zhong, but they would also laugh at the entire Ning clan if they knew that they were sent by the Ning clan. It was like two kids were quarreling, and one of them scolded the other, then covered his ears and shouted, "I can't hear you, I can't hear you, I can't hear you, I'm the one who took advantage of you." Their goal this time was to cheat at least 10,000 strings of cash. In other words, they had to cheat a lot of people. But this fish was too small and couldn't lay eggs. They couldn't wait any longer. After this person finished speaking, the others didn't continue to stare at him. After all, he said that he would take all the responsibility, so they couldn't do anything to him. At this time, a person next to him said, "How about this? Let's not care about their small fish first. We'll send them some big fish. It's best to send them the ones that are about to lay eggs. Let them sell it first. This time, our master gave us 7,000 strings of cash to do this. As long as we don't spend all the money before the last scam, it's fine. When more people join us, we'll have more money in our hands. We'll use the money they've submitted as collateral to give them interest. The more we collect, the less we give. When they've basically all raised fish, I estimate that we'll be able to get 30 to 40,000 strings of cash this time." As this person spoke, he revealed a look of yearning. At the same time, he admired those powerful people in his family even more. They could actually think of such a way to make money. The others also thought the same. They now wanted to do their first business as soon as possible. In that case, let's send people back to find the fish. The sooner, the better. We'll write a letter to the master now. We'll take the responsibility together. We can't let one person bear it. Chapter 520. When the people from the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce sent people to look for fish, the people that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arranged started to follow behind. They wanted to find the source of these fish. When the time came, it would be time for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to strike back. Xiaobao, I thought of an idea, but I don't know if it will work. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were thinking of ideas for Li Sun, gathered together again. Wang Wan sat there and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Okay, tell me, what's the idea?" Zhang Xiaobao was also curious. He didn't know what Wang Wan thought of. Wang Wan thought for a moment and said with uncertainty, "Actually, it's just making weapons. Let Li Sun make the weapons here. That way, I believe that the people from the court will send people over to help. They won't call Li Sun away directly. The weapons will be water mines, made with our gunpowder. What do you think?" Actually, ever since we made those fireworks, the people from the court have been thinking about making those fireworks into weapons. It's just that it's not easy to make those shells. Otherwise, they would have made cannons a long time ago. They still don't fully understand how to use the gunpowder, so they're still experimenting. Since they know about it and didn't restrict others from using firecrackers, it means that they think that it's very difficult to make these things into weapons. We can think of a way to remind them, so they shouldn't be so anxious to arrange things for Li Sun. What do you think? After hearing Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao thought about it. After a while, he shook his head and said, "I don't think so. The fireworks we made were originally for fun. Even if the people from the court know about the power of the explosions, they won't think that we made them for weapons. Once we say that we want to make weapons, the first thing that the people from the court will do is send a large number of soldiers to protect us and make us cooperate with them to make those weapons. They won't have any freedom, and Li Sun will also be involved. Even if he's a member of the imperial family, there are too many children of the imperial family. Li Sun can even make a move on his own family, let alone someone like Li Sun who isn't very close to him. We can't do that. We can research weapons, but we can only do it ourselves. Right, we can do it now. There are a lot of small islands over there. We can't wait any longer. You don't have to worry about Li Sun's matter. You know a lot about this. You'll be in charge of the structure of the gun and the various uses of gunpowder. As long as it's successful, we'll secretly make more. It's not easy to make a gun, right? Then we'll just make cannons. There aren't that good. Just use copper. It'll be best if we can make a bomb and not an ordinary iron ball." When Zhang Xiaobao heard Wang Wan mention weapons, he suddenly remembered that he had the conditions to make them. Moreover, he didn't need to worry about other people knowing about it. He could just let the people from the inner court occupy an empty island and experiment with it however they want. This was much better than when they were in Beijing. Wang Wan stared for a moment, then she nodded and said, "All right, I'll think of a way. The cannons are easy to deal with. The main problem is the bullets. Guns are simple, they use copper. It's fine if they're heavy. But the gunpowder in the bullets needs to be fired. This will take a lot of effort. I need to think about it. We were talking about Li Sun. Why are you talking about Li Sun? What are you going to do about Li Sun? You don't need to worry about the weapons. I'll have people make some good springs first. There aren't enough springs to make a sofa, but to make a gun, no matter how much money is spent, we need to find a suitable metal." As Wang Wan spoke, she realized that the two of them had gone off topic. She complained to Zhang Xiaobao and took over the task of making weapons. This was relatively simple for her. The structure of the gun and the function of each part were relatively simple for her. If she didn't know, it would be a big joke. If Zhang Xiaobao hadn't brought up the matter of making weapons, she really wouldn't have thought of this. In war, of course, guns were more useful than bows and arrows. Especially after the spring was created, there was no need to manually fire a bullet again and again. She was going to use good metal to make 2 pistols, one for each of her and Xiaobao. When the time came, she would carry them with her. As long as someone had any ideas about the 2 of them, she would make that person regret being born in this world. She believed that with her and Xiaobao's marksmanship, it was basically a matter of getting rid of a person with 1 bullet. When the pistols were made, they would start to make long guns and slowly adjust them. As long as it could hit a distance of 800 meters, it could be used as a sniper rifle. At least in this era, that kind of gun was in existence like a divine weapon. As for the cannon, it was simple. They would make a cylinder out of copper, then put gunpowder and a large iron ball. When it was ignited, it would be fired. As for the cannonballs that could explode, they would have to wait until the bullets were made. Thinking of this, Wang Wan was relieved. She was ready to fight. Now, she was waiting to see what kind of idea Zhang Xiaobao could come up with to help Li Sun stay in this place. Zhang Xiaobao's idea was actually not perfect, but it had to be said. This time, it was not a small matter. She hoped that nothing else would happen when the time came. Seeing that Wang Wan was waiting, Zhang Xiaobao gently knocked on the table with his hand and said, "In fact, it's very simple. The way to divert some attention is to start a war. I'm going to start a war with one of the small tribes next to us. Of course, I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to make them pay tribute. Some of the small tribes here haven't paid tribute to us. And the most important thing is that they haven't been fully civilized. We have to help them educate the people. This matter naturally needs to be done by someone with a high status. It's too late for other people to come over. Let's have Royal Li Sun go over. Find a tribe, the one on the other side of the sea, or the one in Vietnam in the future. But there are too many mountains over there, so it's not easy to deal with. In that case, let's set a smaller target and send people to trade with them first. Then, let's tell them that we have better things to trade with them. What do you think will happen when the time comes? Let's set the price of our goods at a high price and lower the price of their goods at a low price. For example, all the goods on their side can be exchanged for 100 caddies of goods on our side. Then, what we need to do is to send 1,000 caddies of goods to them. As long as they accumulate some goods, we can use the goods on our side to exchange with them. This way they can clearly see our goods. However, we have to use their good goods to exchange. You want them to take the initiative to attack? You want to use those things to tempt them? When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's idea, she knew what he was thinking. This was too immoral. Thinking of this, she suddenly said, "Then what about the people we send over there to exchange things with them? Are you going to sacrifice those people to achieve a political goal? I don't agree. Our people can't die like that. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy for the rest of my life. I absolutely can't do this kind of thing that takes the initiative to send people to their death. No one can go. Think of another way. This is rejected." Wang Wan considered some things. In order to find an excuse to start a war, some countries clearly knew that their people would be hurt, but they pretended not to know, so that they could use this as an excuse to start a war. Although sometimes, as a general, she had to send out some bait to lure the enemy, so as to achieve a strategic goal, Wang Wan wasn't going to do this now. After all, she was going to make a new weapon. In the face of absolute strength, there was no need to use other schemes. "It's not what you think." Seeing Wang Wan's reaction so big, Zhang Xiaobao quickly explained, "In fact, after our people go over, we have to sit on the boat, a certain distance away from them, and then hire the local people to help guard the temporary warehouse. Let our people be more careful, as long as they don't let others touch the boat. During the day we send a few people over there to exchange things, and they will return to the boat at night. In this way they will naturally choose to attack at night. Whether they kill the people over there or not, we have a reason to attack them. Of course, this kind of thing is not very moral, but it's better than our people dying, right? What's more, we just gave them a little push to kill. If they are not greedy in their hearts and can be united with the local people, we can't find such an excuse even if we want to." When Zhang Xiaobao was thinking of this idea, he kept asking himself whether he was an invader, an enemy of human peace. Should he be written into textbooks at some point in the future and let people belittle him? No matter what excuse he used, this behavior was an invasion, and it broke the original life of people. Even if there were wars between the various tribes of those people, and even if there were killings in the same tribe, it was their own business after all. The only thing Zhang Xiaobao could calm himself down was that since there were wars between the tribes, then they should treat the earth as a bigger tribe. Everyone was a part of this big tribe, and everyone was involved in internal wars. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's idea, Wang Wan thought of the same problem, which was invading war. However, she was a soldier, so she immediately put this aside and said, "Okay, let's do it. If we don't take those resources, they will be taken by others in the end. The heavy responsibility of world peace will be left to others to take care of, and we will not be the executioners. For the sake of our country and for the sake of our own lives, when some people call us devils, I believe that we will be written as heroes in our history book." "I agree. You go and arrange it, and then find a way to ask your father to make a notice. It will say that the locals who were hired by us now belong to the Tang Empire, and they are part of it. As long as they are attacked, we will use this as an excuse to deal with them. Let's split up. I will make the cannons and you will do this. Let's go." The two of them split up to do their own things. Zhang Xiaobao first asked someone to go to the mountain over there to call Li Sun and his family's guards back. This action required their participation. Then, he went to find his father and told him the matter. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao did not say that there would be a war at this time. He only said that he would send a ship to take a look over there. If they had good things that they needed here, they could use the goods here to exchange for them. He also mentioned that the people over there should be some minor officials or something, and they should be given a place of origin. Zhang Zhong could not be given a major official. It was up to the imperial court to decide. If he was really given a major official position, he would not be able to stay here anymore. He would be arrested and sent to the capital. The imperial court would not say anything if he were to give a minor official with no power and a salary that did not need to be paid by the imperial court. After all, Zhang Zhong was in charge of a province. He needed people to do things for him, and it would be easier for him to get a place of origin. No one would care about this. After these things were arranged, Zhang Xiaobao took the blank thing that his father had stamped and left. This preparation would start when they arrived at the other side. Zhang Xiaobao had also thought about the place. It was a little far, but since the people from Japan could come here, with the help of the ships here and his and Wang Wan's familiarity with the ocean currents and the monsoon, he believed that the fleet would be able to get there. This place was Luzon Island, which was relatively close to Hainan Island. Of course, it did not have such a name yet. After all, it was not the Song dynasty. It was a good place. Zhang Xiaobao planned to use a few months to build a dock that could be used to disembark at any time. The dock on Lu Zhou's side was a little too far at this time. He needed to discuss with the people on Hainan Island and ask them to build a dock there. If it really did not work, he could occupy a few places on those islands so that they could go back and forth to support each other. When Wang Wan heard about this place, she nodded. "It's fine here. Fight and make as many ships as you can. Send more people there and occupy that place. That place is very important strategically. If we don't get it in Tang, we'll be letting down our chance to come here." "I think so too. This time we'll go all out. Life on the sea is not so easy. If we could go there in the Song dynasty, then logically speaking, we should be able to go there now. Our shipbuilding skills are not bad. Why hasn't anyone been there before?" Zhang Xiaobao was relieved when he saw that Wang Wan did not object. However, he was puzzled why no one had gone there at this time. As long as they walked close to the sea, they should be able to reach many places. Of course, there were still dangers, but it would be wrong not to go there. When Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao had to ask this, she said, "What's the point of going there? The country can't go there. Can you go there alone? Can you go there alone? Can you have such a big ship? Most importantly, it takes a long time to sail. If you don't know that there is such a place, how can you float in the vast sea just to see if you can find land? Not to mention the current ships, even the ships of the Three Kingdoms era can go there without any problem, especially at the critical time when they are connected with iron chains. Then they can go back and forth. But people always have a purpose when they do things. Maybe some people here have been there before, but something happened. Maybe no one has ever thought of looking for another land on the sea. Who knows? Anyway, we are ready to do it this time. As long as we succeed this time, we can continue to build ship. Then, Li Sun will represent Tang to talk about this matter. Just thinking about it makes me excited. In fact, I want to go to Africa the most. There are many good things there. Well, don't worry about that. This time, don't use the ship to go back to the capital. Use it to go to the sea directly. Prepare good things for them. Bring enough fresh water. If it's not enough, make something that can be used for distillation. Steam it with seawater, but the taste is a little worse. I've tasted the seawater before. After the seawater is distilled normally, if you don't use other methods to process it, it will still have a special taste. I'm not used to drinking it. Also, bring them fruits too. Bring dried fruits, especially those oranges. Make them into powder and let them drink it with water. I don't want them to all get sick when they come back. Also, bring some dried vegetables, dried meat, and so on. Bring more rice and dried dates. When the time comes, let them cook 8 treasures porridge. That's it. I will arrange it immediately. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan decided on something, they would not change it. Wang Wan thought for a while and decided to make powerful fireworks for the people who were going to see. At this time, the fireworks would be filled with pure gunpowder. At the critical moment, it could be used to scare some whales that would take the initiative to attack. It could also intimidate the people in that place. People were always full of curiosity and fear towards the unknown. If there really was a conflict the moment they arrived, then they would first use this thing to kill a few people and let the local people think that it was thunder from the heavens. They believed that it would be effective. Zhang Xiaobao also had to consider some specific matters on the other side. They could not provoke a tribe that was too big. They had too many people. When the time came, they would hide in the mountains. It would be difficult to deal with them. Even if they sent troops who had been trained for a period of time to fight in the jungle, it would still not work. The lives on his side were valuable. It was not worthwhile to use one to exchange for 10 of the other side's lives. He had to think of a safe way. The horses sent to find the people were faster. When Li Sun was still running halfway, 2 people on horses caught up with him. When he knew that Zhang Xiaobao had thought of a way, Li Sun thought for a while and followed the person who sent the order to go up the mountain first. Then, he came back with his guards and the people of the Zhang family. On the way, Li Sun asked the person who sent the order what Zhang Xiaobao had thought of. However, the person who sent the order did not know. Let alone him, Zhang Zhong only knew a little of the whole plan. How could he understand the meaning of this trip? This trip seemed to be to help Li Sun stay here for a few more days, but it was the beginning of a new era. The era of navigation was coming. No one knew what kind of consequences this would bring to the Tang Empire. It could be endless wealth, or it could be that those who would not have come here came early and caused a war. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not worried at all. Even if some people came along that route, what could they do? They could let them see the power of the Tang Empire. At the same time, they could start trade. This was the prerequisite for the people of the Tang Empire to live a good life in the situation of undeveloped productivity. In particular, those special grain crops could be planted in many places. Since they were here to do business, they might as well set the prerequisite conditions for these things that might be obtained. At the dock, the Zhang family's boat began to be modified according to Zhang Xiaobao's idea. There was really a distillation device and a mirror on it. This mirror was not to be exchanged with the people there. It was used to help with the distillation when they were not burning firewood. Although it was a little slow, it was better than having no water. There was also a lot of firewood and alcohol on the boat. When the time came, not only could the alcohol be drunk, but it could also be used to light the fire. The most experienced old man also went with them. Zhang Xiaobao asked people to take good care of the old man no matter what. This was a fortune. Respect for the old man was respect for his knowledge. At the same time, it was also respect for himself. When the Zhang family was busy, it seemed to be different from before. Although it was not obvious on the surface, some familiar people felt that something was wrong. Old Man Pai and Old Man Chong felt it now. The two sat by the river, fishing and drinking tea. While eating the fried melon seeds, they talked about the Zhang family's recent actions. I say, why do I feel that the Zhang family is not going back? It seems like they want to go somewhere else. Otherwise, why would they put the distillation device on the boat? Could it be that they want to go somewhere else to make the wine? Old Man Chong had lifted the empty pole 4 times in a row, but he did not catch a single fish. He simply put the melon seeds on the pole. After eating one, he put the skin of the melon seeds in a special place for garbage. It was not allowed to casually throw things here. Old Man Pai had been fishing for a long time and was very experienced. In a short while, he had caught 3 fish. He was very happy. When he returned, he asked the chef at Sea Cloud Cottage to make it. The two of them ate it with wine and dishes. After hearing Old Man Cheng's words, he nodded and said, "That's true. In the past, they would not put so much food on the boat, unless they were specifically transporting food. This time, they actually put so many kinds of food on the boat. There are all kinds of dried fruits, and even the oranges were ground into powder. I really don't understand what they want to do." Chapter 5:21. While the two of them were talking, they saw a large ball of fire flash across the sky, followed by a cloud of black smoke. Immediately, a rumbling sound was heard, and the sound was very loud. The two of them were shocked and reacted at the same time. Old Man Chong immediately said, "No, this sound is not right. Why is it so loud? Do fireworks make such a loud sound? What are they doing? If this thing lands in the middle of a crowd, it will kill people." Old Man Pai also swallowed in shock and said, "That's true. It's not a normal firework. I know what this is. This is the weapon that the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War in Beijing haven't been researching. Good, the Zhang family really knows how to use this thing. This thing is clearly a weapon for killing people. The firecrackers they made before are definitely different from this thing. I don't believe that they didn't know the power of this thing when they were making firecrackers. Otherwise, why would they guard the workshop so closely?" Old Man Pai stopped swallowing his saliva. He was swallowed. Looking at the gradually dissipating black smoke in the sky, his whole body trembled and his face felt numb. Old Man Chong also knew about this matter, but he did not understand why the Zhang family made these things. He asked, "Is the Zhang family thinking of rebelling? With such a good thing, the ordinary army will be in trouble, especially the horses. If they hear such a big noise, they will be scared to death." "What rebellion? With the Zhang family's small number of people? I don't know what they want to do. No, I have to ask. Let's go. If this matter is found out by someone with ulterior motives, it will be troublesome. The imperial court has not done anything yet, and they have already made this thing. What do you think the consequences will be?" Old Man Pai was not in the mood to go fishing. He wanted to figure out this matter as soon as possible. The two of them asked the people who followed them to pack up their things. They sat in the open car and rushed in that direction. While they were on their way, loud noises could be heard from the sky from time to time. They seemed to be getting louder and louder each time. The amount of smoke was also increasing, which meant that the amount of smoke was also increasing. The horse galloped for a while, but in the end it didn't dare to go any further. No matter how hard the coachman tried, it was useless. Old Man Chong and Old Man Pai had no choice but to get out of the car and walk over. They wanted to know what the Zhang family was planning to do. When they were about to reach their destination, there was an even bigger commotion. However, it was not from the sky but from the ground. After the two of them were seen by the people from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family, Wang Wan, who was doing experiments inside, came out to greet them. "Grandpa Zhang, Grandpa Bai, why are the two of you here? There's a lot of activity here. Let's go somewhere else." Wang Wan stood at the entrance of the courtyard and didn't move aside. She just said to the two old men, "You know how to make a big commotion? We knew it even when we were there. If we didn't come, wouldn't you have blown up the sky? Tell me, why are you so bold? Is that something you can take out so casually?" Old Man Bai said angrily. He even had a double meaning. Wang Wan naturally understood what he meant. However, she had to create enough things to protect her own people. Before that, she had to do some experiments. Seeing the two old men's concerned expressions, Wang Wan hesitated for a moment. In the end, she moved aside and said, "Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Zhang, I made something fun again. Come in and take a look." Since the two of them had come, Wang Wan couldn't stop them. She might as well take the initiative. Old Man Chong and Old Man Pai also came for this. They followed Wang Wan in and saw a bamboo tube on the ground that had been blown up. When the two of them were curious, before they could ask, Wang Wan took the initiative and said, "This is it. It's very fun. Someone, come and do it again like just now. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Zhang, you can't tell anyone about this fun thing. Otherwise, it won't be fun anymore. Don't worry. We are all protecting you. We know what to say and what not to say," Old Man Pai said to Wang Wan when he saw the people over there busy. Those people from the inner courtyard brought over a new bamboo tube and fixed it at the bottom. Then, they brought over a big round firework and left the twisters outside. Then, they put it in and lit it. After that, they ran away as far as they could. With a bang, the bamboo tube sprayed a big fireball into the sky. It exploded in the sky with a bang. This time, it was closer, and the movement was louder than before. After doing this, the people from the inner courtyard stuffed a tube made of paper into the bamboo tube. They also lit the twists, and this time, it ran faster. When Old Man Chong opened his mouth and wanted to say something, another big fireball came out of the tube and exploded in the sky. Just as this fireball exploded, another one came out, and so on, 5 more came out in succession. The sky also exploded 5 times. Just as the people around were waiting for the 6th one to come out, the bamboo tube suddenly exploded. Wang Wan sighed in disappointment. She loosened the hand that was covering her ears and said, "It failed again. Normally, nothing happens when there are 30 fireworks, but this time, it's a little different. Why did 5 of the 10 fireworks come out? Last time, only 1 came out and then it exploded. What's the difference? The gunpowder burned too fast, and the twists inside were not connected properly. This won't do, we have to continue. Someone, bring the copper tube here. It's okay if it's heavy, but it's better than being blown up at any time. If this thing explodes, what will the people carrying it do?" Old Man Chong and Old Man Pai listened to Wang Wan's muttering and began to sweat. Now, they finally knew what the Zhang family was doing. They were putting that thing in the tube and then carrying it on their shoulders. If the fireworks directly went up to the sky, then this thing could adjust its direction at any time. Even if it wasn't very accurate, there was no problem with the general range. If this thing was set off horizontally, and with the power of today's fireworks, it definitely wouldn't be used for viewing. It could explode and kill people. The Zhang family was definitely using it as a weapon. The two people didn't know why the Zhang family brought Wang Wan here to do this experiment, but this thing couldn't be wrong. Old Man Pai looked at Wang Wan and asked, "Can you tell us what this thing is?" "Fireworks, big fireworks, and this one can adjust its direction. It's a pity that this thing isn't finished yet. If it was finished, it wouldn't have exploded before it was shot out," Wang Wan explained to Old Man Chong and Old Man Pai with an innocent face. Old Man Chong and Old Man Pai nodded at the same time. Old Man Pai said, "I know this thing is called a firework, But can you tell us what the consequences will be if this firework is set off at a person? Set off at a person? Why should it be set off at a person? This thing can't be set off at a person. It's very dangerous, and it can easily explode and kill people. Aya, now that you mention it, I just remembered that this thing is a bit too powerful. In the future, I'll have people make less of it. That's it. Wang Wan was still cute, but Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai didn't think she was cute anymore. This little girl actually lied in front of them without blushing. Actually, I just want to ask you if this thing can be made into a weapon. You should know that the Imperial Court is still researching it, but they haven't been able to figure it out yet. You made it first, so how are you going to explain it? Old Man Chang asked the truth. Wang Wan didn't continue to act like she didn't know anything like before. She said, "This thing can't be used as a weapon. It's just to scare people. If you really want to make it into a weapon, you need to continue researching it. My family made this thing to scare people. Don't be fooled by this thing. If you really want to use this thing to explode and kill people, you need to keep an eye on a person and release it. However, we can't be sure where it will fly after it's released. Especially during a war, this thing can't even fly as far as a bow and arrow. Who would use it as a weapon?" Wang Wan first introduced the shortcomings of this thing, and then said, "Unless you put some iron nails or something in it. When the time comes and it explodes, even if it can't directly kill people, those things will fly everywhere. If it flies to the throat or eyes, the power will be great. Even if it enters someone's stomach, legs, arms, and so on, it can affect the next battle." Yes, that's it. But our Zhang family doesn't like this. We want to do things well with others, so we won't use it as a weapon. After Wang Wan finished speaking, she looked at Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai and let them digest it. The two old men had been frightened by Wang Wan's words. Even if Wang Wan repeatedly emphasized that their family was peace-loving, the two old men no longer believed her. What peace-loving? Would a peace-loving person make such a thing? Who were they kidding? But the two old men were very happy. Just like what Wang Wan said, this thing might not be able to do anything directly, but as long as something else was added to it, it could cause great harm to people. Especially when it could be carried on one's shoulders. If everyone in their army carried some, they could use bows and arrows first. When the two sides charged, they would use this thing. The enemies facing them would immediately be beaten down, especially when facing cavalry. They would be scared off their horses and fall to the ground. Can you tell me how to use this thing? I have to help you settle this matter. After Old Man Pai understood the function of this thing, he began to ask for the recipe. Wang Wan nodded, then shook her head and said, "I have the recipe, but Grandpa Bai, how are you going to send this recipe? Are you going to use a carrier pigeon or a military station? I won't say much about how precious this recipe is. If something happens along the way and the people from other countries get it, what do you think we should do at that time?" That's right, this recipe cannot be leaked. Otherwise, it would be over. If the surrounding countries that didn't dare to go to war knew about this recipe, they would definitely make a lot of them and attack us. But Zhao Hai didn't expect this. He didn't expect that this recipe would be leaked. Otherwise, it would be over. He didn't expect this. The two old men were in a dilemma. Wang Wan said, "I don't think the Imperial Court is in a hurry. When we go back, we can just bring it over. It won't take long. It's almost done when the construction of Luzhou is completed. Moreover, during this time we can continue to improve this method and find a better recipe. When that time comes, the Imperial Court won't have to waste any more effort. Naturally, we'll be the ones who understand it the best." Although Wang Wan said this, she had already decided in her heart that in the future, those more powerful things could not be easily known by others. Otherwise, would they not be sent to the Imperial Court? No matter what, she had to leave some backup plans in her family. Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai really did not have any better ideas. They nodded at the same time and prepared to leave so that the Zhang family could continue with the experiment. As soon as they turned around, before Wang Wan could breathe a sigh of relief, the two old men turned back at the same time. They looked at Wang Wan and asked, "Your fleet seems to be different from before. What do you want to do?" The two old men only remembered this question when they turned around, so they asked again with tacit understanding. "Nothing much. We'll go out to sea and have a look. If we can find something good, we'll bring it back. If there's something delicious, I'll leave it for Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Bai to eat slowly," Wang Wan said to the two old men with a smile. When the two old men heard Wang Wan's words, they were very touched. She would think of them whenever there was something good, but they always felt that things were not so simple. Old Man Chang stared at Wang Wan with all his might. Wang Wan blinked her big eyes and looked back at him in confusion. "Okay, tell us the truth. What exactly are you planning to do? Also, why did you bring those things? There are still so many kinds of dried fruits, so many kinds of rice, and even tools for distilling wine, such as kelp? Why didn't you bring them before?" Old Man Chang saw that he could not see anything from Wang Wan's eyes, so he could only ask directly. Wang Wan made an expression of understanding. "Oh, so that's what it is. This is prepared for going out to sea, but it's not going to the capital according to the previous route. It's going to sail far away in the sea. Maybe we can find other places just like Japan. In the beginning, who knew that there was such a place? Didn't someone go there by boat, or people from the other side came by boat and found it? We're just preparing to see if we can find other places like this. If we find them, we can do business with them if there's someone there." Wang Wan's words were all guesses, and she was not so sure. The two old men finally could not find any flaws in her words. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already decided on a place and wanted to start a war. Old Man Pai pondered for a moment and said, "So that's how it is. But you let them go out to sea. What if they encounter danger? Those things are the preparation for them to go further, right?" "Yes, that's it. The water at sea can't be drunk, so they can get water with those distilled things. Those fruits are to prevent diseases, and so are the others. I don't know how long they will go out this time. If they are blown away by a strong wind and lose their direction, they have to look for more before they can come back. How can they not be prepared?" Wang Wan didn't hide this matter. Of course, she didn't say what kind of illness these things were used to treat. Anyway, she just knew that they would get sick. Old Man Chang was also listening to them. When Wang Wan finished explaining, he said, "If you really meet people there, can you speak the language of the other side? What if they fight?" "Yes, we can't speak the language of the other side. We can't even speak the language of the people who live in the mountains. I'm really worried. If they bully us, we will be beaten as soon as we get there. We don't have any good ideas. Let's think about it and tell Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Bai when we come up with something." Wang Wan also showed a worried expression and followed Old Man Chang's words. "What are you thinking about? Didn't you make those fireworks so that you won't be taken advantage of when you go to other places? You should have thought of this a long time ago. The Zhang family is only willing to take out their hidden things when they are forced to do things to that extent. Wan Wan, tell me the truth. Do you think that the place you're going to will have a forest or a lot of them? And there will be a lot of locals there?" Old Man Pai suddenly interrupted and asked Wang Wan. "I don't know. Who knows what the place we are going to look like? Maybe we won't even find land," Wang Wan answered in confusion. "No, you must know. Otherwise, why would your family's Meow protection team go into the mountains to train? What does it mean to be able to create such a powerful firework here? It means that you must know something about the other side. Forget it. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. You will know when you come back. Remember to keep the good things for me and Old Man Chang." Old Man Pai was not a fool. As a person who could sit in the position of minister, how could he not know about the things that had been exposed? He immediately connected all the clues together. At this time, he was really convinced. He had no choice but to be convinced. When the Zhang family was doing things here, at first, he felt that they had changed a little. That was, they were interlocking with each other. Over here, they only took out measures to deal with problems when they encountered them. Who knew that the Zhang family was making a bigger plan? No wonder they had to build such a big pier, no wonder they had to build such a big dock, no wonder they had to train the troops here, and no wonder they took out such explosive weapons. It turned out that everything was for the last step. One could imagine what would happen when they really went there and found land and people. Every place in the Tang Empire might have different specialties. Some were beautiful, and some could be used as medicinal materials. Who knew what good things there were over there? The Zhang family had gone out to make a lot of money. Good ability. It was just that he did not know when this plan started. If it was arranged when Zhang Zhong was the provincial governor over there, it was really too scary. Thinking of this, Old Man Bai's expression turned ugly. He was frightened. Such a grand plan was not something that he could figure out. He was a person who had once been a minister. If he could not figure it out, then the abilities of the two experts from the Zhang family could only be imagined. They even knew what diseases were prone to when they went out to sea, and had even made the necessary preparations. Old Man Bai's expression turned ugly. Old Man Zhang, who was beside him, was so frightened that he trembled. In the beginning, he didn't think as much as Old Man Bai. Now that Old Man Bai had said it out loud, even if he didn't know, he would know. He also heard about the Zhang family in Sanshui County and Huayuan County. As long as they did something that seemed to be unconnected, there must be a connection between them. In the end, they made things bigger and bigger, to the point that no one dared to think about it. Now it seemed that it was the same. It was just that he did not know whether the Zhang family's current actions were the last step or just a part of a plan. He could not guess, but it was most likely a part of a plan. Probably only after Zhang Zhong left here would he know the result of this plan. He thought that it would be like before, scaring a lot of people. The two old men looked at each other, nodded to Wang Wan, and left without saying anything. Wang Wan stood in the yard and watched the two men leave. She smiled and said to herself, guess as much as you can. If Xiao Bao's plan could be seen through directly, then he would not be Zhang Xiaobao. Humph, even I don't know what will happen in the end. You want to guess? Chapter 522. Old Man Pai originally didn't want to think about this matter, but after Old Man Chang said this, he couldn't help but think about it. After thinking for a while, he said, it shouldn't be, right? Even if the Zhang family found a place there, how could they have so many people to build a country? Using local people? They don't speak the same language as the locals, so they won't be able to do that in a short time. Think about it, the Zhang family will have a hard time dealing with the locals once they get there. If they really want to establish a country, won't the Great Tang attack them? Why should we beat them up? It's not like that's the land of the Great Tang. Do they really think that the entire world belongs to the Great Tang? Moreover, we're not familiar with that place, and they can just slowly familiarize themselves with it. How could there be no one? There were already quite a number of people in their family. There's also the people from Zhuangzi in Sanshui County. If it were someone else, the people might not follow them. However, if the Zhang family wants the villagers to follow them, I believe they won't hesitate at all. Apart from that, there's also the people in Luzhou. If Zhang Zhong makes a call, how many of the people here will follow him? Old Man Chang understood and explained the advantages of the Zhang family. He thought for a while and said, how do you know that the Zhang family can't beat those locals? Didn't you see it just now? In order to go to other places, the Zhang family began to make weapons that could be carried on their shoulders. The Zhang family was able to make such a weapon the first time they were on guard. Do you think that the Zhang family wouldn't be able to come up with something even more powerful during the second battle? Just like what you said in your letter, the Zhang family made firecrackers in order to make money. The Zhang family blew up the other side of the river so that the water could pass through easily. This is exactly what we discussed during our discussion. As long as there is a need, the Zhang family will make it. You see, there isn't much to it now because they don't have that kind of need yet. Look at the pier and the seawall. The Zhang family needs it, so the cement is produced. They want to make more clairvoyant. The Zhang family needs it, so the glass is produced. Was there anything they wouldn't do? I'm really scared. If they establish a country there and turn around to attack Great Tang, wouldn't we become sinners? We've been protecting them all this time, especially you. You even participated in the matter of Zhang Zhong becoming the top scorer. The more Old Man Chang spoke, the smoother his words became. Towards the end, his expression changed. If the Zhang family and the Wang family suddenly didn't come back, the loss wouldn't be limited to the money earned from those transactions. Old Man Chang believed that without the Zhang family, those transactions would eventually become worse and worse. The most important thing was to lose 2 masters. That would be the most unbearable thing. If the masters worked for Great Tang, then Great Tang would have already destroyed those small countries that had been enduring. But now they could only let them exist, and there wasn't any good way to deal with them. Old Man Pai also felt a lot of pressure now. He also thought of this problem. He was protecting the Zhang family, so he couldn't be sure what the Zhang family was thinking. He could only think of some situations in a positive way. This way, he would feel more comfortable. If one day the Zhang family really established a country in another place, his family would have to take the blame for the Zhang family. Considering these things, Old Man Pai took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He said, I don't think the Zhang family will do this. Otherwise, they wouldn't let us know. What are they going to do? The more people who know, the more danger there is. Do they think that we can always protect them? I believe they also understand why I protect them. One reason is that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are too sensible. Another reason is that Zhang Zhong can always let the people live a good life with the help of the Zhang family. Most importantly, the 2 masters of the Zhang family can bring more benefits to Great Tang. If they have any thoughts of betrayal, as long as I have the ability, the first one to deal with them will be me. How can the 2 masters of the Zhang family not understand? Even if they understand, they still told us the secret. This is to tell us that they won't do anything bad to us. Sometimes, some things depend on the person. The people of the Zhang family aren't that ambitious. I think what they do is the same as you and me. They are all doing it for the country. Otherwise, why would they give up the propeller? Why would they give up the jib sail technology? Old Man Pai could only let himself think like this. Otherwise, he would be driven crazy by this matter. Even if Old Man Chang still had doubts in his heart, he had to admit that what the Zhang family did was indeed for the country and for the people. Since a few years ago they had slowly improved the lives of the people in their places. They even specially built hospitals. If they were more ruthless, they would have earned all the money. However, they didn't do that. They tried their best to arrange for the people to do things for them, so that they could earn more income. They also thought of ways to increase the grain production. They had given up any benefit that they could give up. Only those who kept an eye on them knew how much of an impact their actions had on the Great Tang and how many benefits they had brought to the country. There was no second official or businessman like this in the Great Tang. If they really had other intentions, they would have kept more secrets. He believed that the 2 masters of the Zhang family would have been able to achieve their goals. Why would they give up all the good things? After thinking about it, Old Man Cheng's mood improved. He said, they are indeed good people. Even if they have made a lot of money themselves, just look at the little prince. If they weren't good people, how could the little prince become so caring for the people? How many princes and marquises are free and unfettered all day long? But Li Sun has followed them and put his thoughts on the people. They can make money because of their ability, not because of other reasons. Especially Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. These 2 little guys know how to care for people. If I didn't take care of them like they did, I would have given up long ago. When they came, I already felt that I couldn't take it anymore. But those doctors and their usual diet helped me to heal the discomfort in my body. I had already taught them how to raise pigeons. I was useless to them, but they had been taking care of me all this time. And those old men and women who have no one to take care of them. They specially built a nursing home for the elderly and made so many games to help them relieve their boredom. In addition, this is a playground for the children. How could such people do such a disgraceful thing? I believe in them. I will continue to protect them in the future. Old Man Chang came to a conclusion. For a moment, the two of them were in a good mood again. When it was time to fish, they would fish. When it was time to argue, they would not relax. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao came up with a plan. He found Wang Wan and began to discuss with her when to send people out and how to come back. They had to think about it carefully. They just had to wait a few times. Xiaobao, we just scared Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Bai. I don't know what they will think. Maybe they will think that we are going to rebel. What should we do now? When Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao coming over, she began to tell Zhang Xiaobao what had just happened. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaobao also began to think about this matter. This matter was not serious. If it was not serious, it would easily cause the two old men to have a heart attack. This would not do. After thinking for a while, he said, "How about this? After we find the place, we will find a way to get the imperial court involved. This way, they won't have to worry. First, we will finish this arrangement. Then, we will find the two of them and tell them. We can't let them get sick. We still hope that they will live for a few more years." Zhang Xiaobao knew that he and Wang Wan had no intention of rebelling. How tiring was it to be an emperor? There was no free time in the whole day. Rather than this, it was better to guard their own place and slowly live a good life. As for when it developed to a certain extent, the pressure from some individuals was nothing. They just had to fight together and treat it as a game. What was there to be afraid of? Only the incompetent would escape and run to other places to establish themselves as kings. The capable ones would follow the waves and eliminate the sand. Zhang Xiaobao did not think that he and Wang Wan were not capable enough, so he would not choose to run outside to establish a family. What was the point of that? If they wanted to change something, they would participate and change it. It was the most fun to be with everyone. Moreover, the two of them did not dislike this Tang dynasty era. If it was another dynasty, the two of them might think of a way. Naturally, they could not rebel now. If they had the time, they would think of ways to help the Tang dynasty advance further. Wang Wan also understood Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts. She had discussed with Zhang Xiaobao not to rebel and to bring more places into the Tang dynasty's map. At that time, the two of them could safely guard their money and live a stable life. Of course, if the Tang dynasty attacked a country, or if a country took the initiative to attack, the two of them would take the time to participate. Everyone would fight together. Considering these things, Wang Wan began to discuss the specific matters with Zhang Xiaobao. They had to make sure that nothing went wrong. "Xiaobao, when the time comes, let Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Bai go out to sea and see if their bodies can bear it. After all, it is not like when we came here. We can walk all the way along the shore. There is a waterway that takes many days to walk there. There is nothing around." After the discussion was almost done, Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao knew that if they did that, the two of them would be more relieved. After thinking for a while, he said, "It seems that this boat is not good now. When we build a bigger boat in the future, there will be no problem. Let's go and find Grandpa Bai and Grandpa Zhang to chat." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he pulled Wang Wan to find Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai. The two old men had almost thought it through, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know. They still had to comfort them. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the two of them had a psychological problem. At this time, it was already afternoon. After a while, it would be dark. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived at the two old men's fishing spot, the two of them had already harvested a lot. They were talking and laughing there, looking very relaxed. Grandpa Grandpa Zhang, you actually caught so much. This is great. We will have something good to eat tonight. Wang Wan jumped over and said to the two old men. Zhang Xiaobao also ran over and said, It just so happens that Wan Wan and I don't have anything to do tonight, so the two of us will personally cook the fish. There must be some braised fish, some steamed fish, and some fish soup. When the two old men saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan coming over, they were very happy. Old Man Pai touched Zhang Xiaobao's head and said, That's really good. Old Man Chong and I will have a good meal. It will be great if we can eat the food that you two make every day in the future. Old Man Chong also laughed. He grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the side and gave them to Wang Wan. He said, Eat more. You have to grow strong. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that the two old men didn't mention that matter, they looked at each other. It was up to the two of them to mention it. Wang Wan said to the two old men, We actually want to make good food for Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa by every day, but that won't do. I still have to take care of the new weapon. If our people go there and they are directly attacked by the local people without saying anything, we have to have some means to defend ourselves. The main thing is that we have too few people. We only have so few people, and we still have to add young Master Li's people. The first time we go there, we will explore the road. When we find this road, if someone bullies us, we will ask the imperial court to send troops. Grandpa Bai, when that time comes, you have to help us talk to the imperial court. Otherwise, we won't be able to get troops. The people who have just been recruited are not of any use yet. Only the powerful people from the imperial court can be useful. Once we occupy that place, we will need the imperial court to send some people to that place to see if there are any good minerals there. What if there is gold or something like that? Those things can't be mined by us, right? We need the imperial court to send people to do it. But first, we have to say that the imperial court doesn't allow us to collect taxes on the business we do there. If they want to collect taxes, they can only pay us after we transport the goods over. Otherwise, we can't make money. As soon as Wang Wan finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao also said, That's right. We can't be in charge of that place by ourselves. Maybe there are some mountain people there. When the time comes, the imperial court should turn that place into the Tang Empire's land and send people to manage it. However, we have to think carefully about the person in charge. We can't let him stay there forever, and we can't let him bring his family. Generally speaking, it would be about 2 to 3 years. When the time comes, we have to change the person immediately. We have to be especially worried about the officials sent there. If he keeps saying that there is a war there, and that's why he can't come back, then we have to get him back. This is to prevent him from raising bandits outside and slowly developing his own power. If he wants to rebel, we can't do anything about it. We have to do it well. We can also send people to check on him frequently. My family's caravan will also be in charge of collecting information. I estimate that he will go back and forth once every few months. If he doesn't come back even once, we have to prepare for war. Something must have happened there. Also, Grandpa Bai can think of a way to find some people who are very loyal to the country and send them to help with things. That way we can restrict each other. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that if Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Bai still couldn't understand the meaning behind his and Wang Wan's words, they would have lived for nothing. Sure enough, after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said what they wanted, Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai were shocked. The two of them looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and didn't know what to say for a moment. Old Man Pai and Old Man Chang understood that they must have gone to look for Wang Wan today. Wang Wan told the Zhang family about it. The Zhang family was afraid that the two of them would be worried, so they asked the two of them to come over and say such things. What they said couldn't be clearer. That was, the Zhang family didn't want to occupy that place themselves in the future and needed the imperial court to send people. In this way, the Zhang family could still rebel. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already told them the method to prevent a rebellion. Although they wouldn't have a good understanding of that place if they kept changing people this way in such a short time, if they changed the generals and soldiers, they wouldn't have much time to prepare for a rebellion. Not to mention, their families were still there. If they used several methods together, they believed that the officials there would know what to do. In particular, the Zhang family's caravan would go there in the future. It just so happened that there would be more eyes and ears. If something happened to the other caravan, the Zhang family couldn't. As long as anything happened to the Zhang family's caravan, they could immediately prepare to send troops. In this way, that place could really become a place of the Tang Empire. This was really great. Not only were they happy, but the emperor was also happy. The two old men looked at each other, then looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, and nodded. Old Man Pai asked softly, "Then if there are other caravans going there, won't your family's business be affected?" When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard this, they knew that the two old men were relieved and were now thinking about their own families. The two of them had already thought about this matter, and Zhang Xiaobao was the one to answer. "My family has also thought about what Grandfather Bai is thinking about, but we aren't worried. There are so many riches in this world. If we only think about making money, not only will we not make money in the end, we might even lose our lives. It's better to let others join in so that everyone can make money together. No matter how powerful my family is, it's impossible for us to control so many goods, unless we don't tell others where that place is. That's only possible in the early stage. When others find out that our family has a special way to make money, one of them will come to attack us, and the other will be to build ships to follow us. This is not the most worrying thing. If one day my family has more wealth than the entire Tang Empire, Grandfather Bai, what do you think the consequences will be? My family is not stupid. So, my family has decided that when this road is really opened, we will discuss with the imperial court and let them form a caravan to follow us. That way the imperial court will have money." After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao picked up the teacup beside him and drank a few mouthfuls. It was too difficult to explain that he had no ambition. At this time, Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai understood everything. They realized that their previous fear was unnecessary. Look at the Zhang family. They thought so well. They did not infringe on the interests of others at all. They even thought of the imperial court when doing business. The Zhang family could say that they would not let their family's wealth surpass the entire Tang Empire, which meant that they knew how to protect themselves. However, Old Man Chang still wanted to tease Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, so he asked, "If your family really has a lot of money, and the imperial court uses a lot of money in the war, and your family happens to have more money than the Tang Empire, what will your family do?" At this time, Wang Wan interrupted and said, "Grandpa Zhang, don't worry. Our family's money will definitely not be returned by the imperial court. If the imperial court needs to fight, my family will directly take out a lot of money and then secretly send it to the imperial court through some channels. Yes, secretly. We will not let other people know. Even some officials with low positions will not know. That money will be the imperial court's, not our family's. We will always adjust like this. We will not let the imperial court be unable to do other things because of money. Grandpa Zhang, do you understand? In fact, we don't care who has more money than us. We just like the process of making money. This includes all kinds of calculations and new ideas. This is what we pursue. When money reaches a certain level, it's not just money anymore. It's just a number. With the way our family spends money, we can't spend that much money at all. Maybe we will use a lot of money in the name of the imperial court to build roads and bridges. In short, our family doesn't want a good reputation. A little reputation is enough. We don't want to be as rich as a country. That needs to be guaranteed by military force. Good, really good. If you can think like this, then your Zhang family and Wang family will no longer have to worry about anyone daring to touch you. Indeed, as you said, When money reaches a certain level, it will be impossible to spend it all. It will also make others jealous. Then take it out. My words are right here. If your family really does that, nothing will happen to you even if you go against a prince. After listening to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Old Man Pai was really relieved. These two masters even thought about this matter. It was not easy. Since they had done so, he should write something to the emperor. He did not want to wait until something happened to the Zhang family and Wang family, who asked them to be so good at making money. There was no other way. Chapter 523. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After reassuring the two old men, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to their usual busy and fulfilling lives. The barbed wire fence that they had spent a lot of money on was put to good use. Countless sharks were attracted by the smell of blood and were then caught. Those that needed to be skinned were skinned, and those that needed to be eaten were eaten. Even the internal organs were not wasted. Li Sun also returned with his bodyguard. He even discussed a business deal with the people from the Yellow River Shipping Company on the mountain. The people from the Yellow River Shipping Company had a good idea in the beginning, but after meeting Li Sun, everything changed. They did not expect Li Sun to rent the good places to them, let alone buy them. He did not directly state how much the normal places cost. According to Li Sun, if no one came, he could not bear to let his business partner lose money. In the end, they didn't need to pay for those seats directly. If a customer really bought something from them or made some other purchases, Li Sun would ask for half of the net profit. Li Sun paid the price by introducing the places that they rented after the tour guide group was formed. Li Sun used all the business knowledge that he had learned from people like Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, Lure and XNR. He told the people from the Yellow River Shipping Company that as long as they could bring people from other places to Rainbow Falls in the future, they would get 10% of the net profit from each person. Even if the money spent by the people they brought to Rainbow Falls was counted, 10% of the net profit was not a small amount. Other than that, Li Sun also signed a contract with the 12 owners of the Yellow River Shipping Company. No matter what they were selling, all the prices had to be clearly stated. Tourists could buy if they saw the prices and were not allowed to bargain. Moreover, the prices had to be within a certain range. They could not be too low, but they could not be too high. The introduction of every product or entertainment activity had to be made known to the tourists. It had to be written in whatever way it was written. It had to meet the standards. Otherwise, if they scammed them once, they wouldn't come again next time. The detailed content was listed one by one, and it actually took up 10 pages. Almost every detail was considered. At the very least, the people from the Yellow River Shipping Company could not find any loopholes. The proud Li Sun really scared the people of the Yellow River Shipping Company. When did the people of the imperial family learn so many things? This was clearly something that merchants like them should do. Li Sun, who had negotiated the deal, was in a state of excitement. Even if there were no tourists yet, even if this place belonged to Lingnan, he was still full of confidence, waiting for a large number of rich people to come and spend money. The people from the 5 Lakes Merchant Guild who went to look for fish had yet to return. The fish raised by the commoners were slowly growing. They dug a big hole, filled it with water, and threw the fish in. Then, they put in some duck dung and pig dung. That was it. No one fed them food. At most, they would put the leftover pig bones in a net and let the fish drink some oil. This was already a good life. Zhang Xiaobao did not take them seriously at all. It was not a bad idea to let them slowly spend their time here. According to Zhang Xiaobao, these people had to spend money in Luzhou, and it would delay their work. Otherwise, if they formed a caravan, they would be able to make a lot of money these days. What surprised Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan was that 33 ships came in the past few days. They were not big ships, just medium-sized ships. Such ships were not small, and they were taking a big risk. After learning that these people came from the east of Jiangnan, both of them expressed their understanding. The merchants from Fujian and Zhujiang were indeed amazing. In order to make money, they dared to use medium-sized ships to form a caravan. The goods carried by the 33 medium-sized ships were not enough to fill 4 big ships. The height, length, draft, and the width of the top deck of the ships were more than half of the big ship. The difference in size was not small at all. Normally speaking, the cargo of 15 medium-sized ships would be enough to fill up a large ship, but the other party could fill up 4 large ships with just 3 ships. Strong, really strong. This is what a real businessman is like. For the sake of profit, they are willing to abandon many things. Not to mention that the number of people rowing on each ship is reduced by half, they are actually eating fried noodles, and the amount of water they drink every day is controlled over and over again. They don't have an extra change of clothes, all for the sake of being able to carry more goods on board. The most important thing is that they are here to pick up all kinds of goods and not much of each kind. No wonder people in this kind of place can make a lot of money no matter what era it is. This is a spirit that can't be extinguished. Xiao Bao, do you want to cooperate with them? After understanding the situation of this caravan, Wang Wan sighed. We can't suppress such people. We don't have so much energy to waste on dealing with them. Sell them a few big ships or rent them. We don't have to pay them first. Let them save up for the next 6 months. Half a year later, we'll tell them the route to Luzon. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. He held a coconut and drank it. This thing was not very sweet. If it was not cold, the taste was not much different from water. Thinking about it, if it was too sweet, it could not be injected into the human body as an injection. The people of Hainan Island did not drink this water at all. They cooked with the meat of the coconut. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan and their family drank this thing to replenish some trace element. Laizhou Prefecture also had some, but the output was a little lower. The two of them hadn't had the time to focus on producing those good things. Once the situation here stabilized, as long as there were rivers in the Great Tang, they would be able to produce all sorts of coconut product. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao drinking, Wang Wan also took a few sips. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you think that if carbon dioxide was added to this coconut juice, it would be good to make a drink? I haven't drunk it before. When I have the ability in the future, I can try it. I think the taste should be different." Zhang Xiaobao tried hard to imagine what would happen if the coconut juice was mixed with carbon dioxide. Compared to soda water, would it be sweeter? It would also be more acidic. Forget it, let's not talk about this. In the future, if we are far away, we won't be able to drink coconut juice. We can't plant it in other places. I can't copy Yang Guifei and use the military station to deliver coconut. Back to business, you are not cooperating with them just to make a fortune over there, right? Wang Wan sucked the last bit of water out of the coconut and stuffed the whole thing into Zhang Xiaobao's arms. Zhang Xiaobao smiled mysteriously. They won't only develop there. As long as we give them a chance, they will think of a way to find a better trade route. This way we can relax. There is strength in numbers. It would be best if they could go to Malugia. Chapter 524. In the midst of everyone's anticipation and anxiety, midsummer finally arrived. In the past few days, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put aside all their work and stayed at home. Zhang Zhong also tried his best to hand over his work to others. He also accompanied his wife, who was waiting for delivery at home. Zhang Xiaobao's mother and Wang Wan's mother were pregnant at the same time. It was as if they were two different people. Xiaobao, is this a coincidence? Will they give birth to another child at the same time, just like us? Wang Wan found it very interesting. She heard that she and Zhang Xiaobao were born at about the same time, and they were also found to be pregnant on the same day. Zhang Xiaobao did not know how to guess. When he heard Wang Wan's question, he replied, "Who cares? We're going to have a younger brother or sister soon. We'll make a cradle and a baby carriage." The two of them were no longer worried about their mother's younger brother or sister. After the delivery room was repaired, they had delivered many women in succession, including a few twins. The doctors in the delivery room had accumulated a lot of experience. In addition, it was not the mother's first time, and she usually took good care of her body. Although the child might be a little smaller, it would not be strenuous when it was born. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mothers were in a very good mood at this time. They were not in a hurry at all. Every day they would ask someone to accompany them for a walk, waiting for the day when the child was born. In order to make sure that their younger brother or sister would not lack milk, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan specially found a cow that had just given birth. It was not an authentic cow, but it was fine as long as it had milk. They also asked a craftsman to carve a milk bottle out of glass, and made a nipple with a kind of gum. When the time came, they would stuff it in and the baby would drink it by himself. All the preparations were done, and they were just waiting for the child to be born. When the people of Luzhou heard about this, they came to ask about it. Those who were further away also tried to find a way to ask the caravan from there. Everyone was looking forward to the birth of a new life. The merchants who worked with Luzhou's Chamber of Commerce brought out gifts as well. Before the children were born, they had already attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. Everyone who had a good relationship with the Zhang family gave them their blessings in their hearts. As for those who had been bullied by Zhang Zhong, it was unknown whether they were vile or not. The people who went to Hainan Island also came back and put the matter aside for the time being. They would wait until the child was born. There was no big deal there. The people who were sent communicated very well with the local people. There was a small problem when they were going to build the dock there, but it was solved very quickly. The local people and the original residents agreed to help build the pier after receiving benefits from the Zhang family. However, the local official, who usually didn't get much money and always complained about the hot weather, refused to help. How could the people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family not know what these officials were thinking? It was just that they didn't have the ability to make money, so they felt it was unfair to see others making money. This matter was simple. Wasn't it just money? As long as they were not deliberately hostile, the problem of money was not a problem. The people in the inner courtyard immediately offered benefit. Every time a ship docked there, they would pay a fee according to the size of the ship, and the final half of the fee would be given to the local official. Half was only 1/20. It didn't sound like much, but when the business there really thrived, this money would not be a small amount. Therefore, the local official agreed to help build the pier. Compared to the Ning family in Qin province, these officials didn't have much influence in the local area. Apart from the officials who were recommended by the local people and given a title by the imperial court, the rest were sent to Yi province. Although they were officials, they didn't have a good life at all. The local residents were basically disobedient, and the people who moved there later were not as honest as those who lived in rich places. Many of the annual taxes could not be collected, and even the tribute was not enough. After all, the people didn't have a good life. In the past, the people were used to it and didn't care who was an official. However, after Zhang Zhong came to Luzhou and the local people learned about the living conditions of the people in Luzhou, they no longer paid attention to it. They also wanted to live a good life. In the past, the people in Luzhou were poor and could tolerate it. However, after the people in Luzhou had a good life and could eat meat every few days if they wanted to, they stopped. They found that the poverty here was not because the place was not good, but because of the officials. In particular, when the amusement park was built, the fishermen in Yi province deliberately came to take a look. Last month, the children of two tribes were even invited to play here for a few days. Naturally, the tribes sent warriors to protect them. After playing for a few days, they ate, drank, and lived well. As soon as they returned, they told everyone about it. In a very short time, the people on such a big island knew how good Luzhou's place was. Therefore, when the officials stopped the Zhang family from building a dock here, In addition to the benefits given by the Zhang family, there was also pressure from the local people. Although the people in Yi province were not very literate and were relatively ignorant in many places, they were also reasonable. They knew that Zhang Zhong, a high-ranking official, would not come to their place. Now that there was a dock, they would naturally have more contact with him in the future. Ignorance also had its benefits. After knowing about Zhang Zhong's ability, they were very superstitious that as long as they had a little relationship with Zhang Zhong, they would be able to benefit from it. Except for the small trouble encountered halfway after the construction of the transit station was completed, there was nothing else. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not think about the scam of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce after a brief explanation. Now they had received benefits. The fish caught by the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce were raised in several large ponds on Luzhou's island. Moreover, they did not allow people from other places to visit. Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mother gave birth, the first trade was made. Until now, the two of them did not know what the fish was called. Even though Zhang Xiaobao had eaten a lot of things at that time, he could not recognize it now. He did not know if it had mutated or gone extinct at that time. The growth rate of this fish was extremely fast. A small fry could grow up in just a few months. Back then, it could even lay eggs. It was no wonder that the Five Lakes Merchant Association brought it over. If they did that, it would give the local people more confidence. Usually, fish would lay eggs according to the season. This kind of fish was determined by their size. As long as they grew up, they would lay eggs. Of course, if there were no males, the eggs would not turn into small fish. The big fish that the people of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce brought last time had already laid eggs. In the end, they still had to wait for the small fish to grow up. The people of the Zhang family, who followed the people of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce, asked around and specifically found smaller fish. They secretly brought them back. After some of them died, the others started to lay eggs in large quantities. In the few large ponds, when the fish were about to lay eggs, they would think of ways to fish them out and put them in special places to prevent the eggs from being eaten. When Zhang Wang clan and Wang Wan's mother entered a small courtyard next to the delivery room and waited, the dozens of people who bought the fish found the people of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce and told them that it was time to collect the fish eggs. The people of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce were already under a lot of pressure. The Tang governor of Ning was very dissatisfied with them. If it were not for the fact that they were further away and there was no one else to replace them, the Tang governor of Ning would have been replaced. The main reason was that the people of Qin province were not having a good time. Not to mention that the task of reclamation was not completed, they did not even plant all the crops. Today's production would be affected, and the Ning family would not be able to earn a lot of money. At this time, when they found out that the dozens of people already had fish eggs, the people of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce thought of advertising. If it was in the past, they could only send people to various places to spread the news. Now, they also knew about the advertising. They specifically found a branch of the Luzhou Chamber of Commerce that was in charge of advertising and took out money to advertise. It would be best if they could get the people nearby to take a look. The advertising department originally did not have this kind of business, but seeing that the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce had taken out more money, they agreed. Early in the morning, everyone went to the pond with the fish eggs. The people of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce were very excited. According to their original guess, if the fish eggs produced could let the people earn back 20 to 30% of the money they spent to buy the fish, it would be good enough. When the time came, the people who saw the fish eggs would eagerly take out money to buy the fish. As long as they could survive this year, they would be able to scam even more money next year. That was also the time for them to leave. They really could not afford to wait. When they arrived at the place, there were indeed many commoners gathered around. There were at least 1,000 people. When the people from the Five Lakes Merchant Association arrived, they immediately sent over the samples for them to examine. Were these fish eggs able to be harvested under the same circumstances? The people of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce looked at the fish eggs and found that they were indeed the fish eggs they brought over. As long as they were the same, they did not care about the quality. Even if it was not good, they had to say it was good. Otherwise, how could they scam the people? The samples of the fish eggs passed and were placed at the side for comparison. Following that, the dozen or so families brought the people of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce to the edge of the pond. The pond was very shallow, and there was fine sand at the bottom. The water was clear, and they could clearly see the situation inside. Master Yen, it's here, they're all here. According to the original agreement, there are about 6,000 fish eggs in the pond. Master Yen, do you want to fish them out and take a closer look? The dozen or so families asked the head of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce with a smile. This person from the Zhang family was in charge of their business, and the person from the Zhang family wanted to help them negotiate. When the people of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce heard this, it took them a while to recover from their shock. When they looked at the fish eggs in the pond, they were all dumbfounded. Master Yen pointed at the fish eggs in the pond and asked in disbelief, "All of them? Why are there so many? Isn't it good? Didn't Master Yen say it before? He said that using fish eggs can make a lot of money. If we have more fish eggs, we'll have more money in the future. Isn't that the logic?" The person from the Zhang family congratulated the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce as he spoke. The people of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce did not know what to say. That was what they said before, but the problem was that they were lying. Who would have thought that just a dozen or so families would have to fork out more than 6,000 strings of money? How many times was that? They could only stand there and deal with the people from the Zhang family. The smiles on their faces were no longer the same as before. The dozen or so families had already been arranged by the Zhang family. Now they were smiling at the people from the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce, waiting for them to take out the money. The surrounding people also looked at the people from the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce. It seemed that they were considering whether to buy as well. At this time, Master Yan's sweat had almost dried up. He knew that there were many eyes looking at him. If he did not take out the money this time, then no one would buy any more. But if he took out the money, and there were not many people buying in the future, then wouldn't he lose money? Most importantly, how could the fish produce so many eggs? That's not right. According to the current situation, he would have to pay even more next time. Thinking of this, Master Yen smiled at one of the dozen or so families and asked, "How do you raise the fish? It's really not bad to be able to produce so many eggs. Then, can these eggs be exchanged for money?" The person who was asked rhetorically. "Yes, I'll get someone to send the money over in a moment. You have so many fish eggs, we can also earn money. How do you raise the fish?" Master Yen did not give up and asked again. "Just like what you said. Then can we go take a look at the fish? We've eaten all of them. We're waiting for you to give us new fish. That fish is more delicious. If I had known earlier, I would have left 2 for you, Master," the person replied with a smile. "You've eaten? Oh, that's right. New fish will be sent over soon. Did everyone see that? With this kind of fish, as long as you have a string of coins, you can get 6,000 strings of coins in the end. 2 strings of coins, that's 12,000 strings of coins. Is there anyone else who wants to raise them? Come to me." Master Yen had no other choice. This should be the last chance. He could not wait for the next round of fish eggs. Since there were so many people now, he could help advertise more. As long as everyone was tempted by Lu Zhou's offer, he could still make a profit. Even if only 30% of the people were willing to buy, it would be fine. He thought that there would be a lot of people coming over immediately. In the end, the people around him were all standing there. No one came forward at all. When he saw that no one was coming, Master Yen was a little dumbfounded. He asked the people from the Zhang family who came over, "Are they complaining that they don't earn enough?" "No, they haven't seen the money yet. The people from the Zhang family signaled to Master Yen to let him understand that if the money was not brought over, no one would continue to buy. Master Yen was enlightened. "Oh, right, money. Men, hurry up and bring the money over." As soon as he said that, someone immediately went over to get the money. This was not what they wanted, but the yamen runners had already surrounded them. If they did not pay up, they would be arrested. At that time, the money they brought would also be confiscated. Now, the people from the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce were in a difficult situation. Each of them was very regretful. If they had not agreed so readily and said that they wanted to take a good look at the fish eggs, they could have said that the things here were not good and tried their best to lower the price or even refuse to buy. However, they did not know that there would be so many fish eggs. In a moment of haste, they agreed. There was no difference between the fish eggs in the pond and there. They did not dare to go back on their words at this time. Everyone waited for more than 2 hours before the 6,000 strings of coins were finally brought over. The fish eggs of more than a dozen families were placed in the same pond. It was not good to ask each family how much they had, so they directly gave the money and let them divide it among themselves. Once the money was exchanged, Master Yen took this opportunity to immediately say to the surrounding people, "See? The money has been given. As long as you have the money, you can get 6,000 strings of coins. What are you waiting for? Buy it now. When the next year, when the eggs are laid, you can buy whatever you want. Wear new clothes as you please and eat meat every day." He, who was not good with words, was forced to the point that he had no other choice. As he spoke, he looked at the surrounding people. He thought that the people who were watching the show would rush over in an uproar. Who would have thought that the people who were looking forward to seeing the money would all rush to the side of the dozen families and congratulate them when they saw that the money was in their hands. After congratulating them, they turned around and left one by one. Everyone, please wait. This is a business that can make a lot of money with just a little bit of money. Everyone, please don't leave." Seeing the people disperse in all directions, Master Yen was really anxious this time. He even ran over to pull on a person's sleeve and advised that person. "Not buying. I have no money and no place. My house is on the other side of the mountain." The person who was pulled struggled to break free and left after saying that. "How can this be? How can this be?" Master Yen was even more dumbfounded. He felt that today's matter was too simple, but the result was unexpected. The other people from the Five Lakes Merchant Association were also stunned. The 6,000 strings of coins were gone, the advertising fee was gone, and their mission was not completed. Wasn't everything fine just now? How did it change in the blink of an eye? After waiting for the surrounding people to disperse, the person from the Zhang family shook his head and said to Master Yen, "My house is busy with other things. I don't have time to play with you. This time, I will teach you a lesson. Go back and tell your master to correct your thoughts." "What? What are you saying? I don't understand." When Master Yen heard the words of the Zhang family, sweat seeped out again. He felt his vision darken and he almost fell. He was in a daze for a moment before he stood up and pretended not to understand. "It's fine if you don't understand. As long as you know that my house is not free, I will let you go. Otherwise, this time, I will sell you less fish eggs and buy a few dozen strings of coins. When the little fish grows up, it will not be just a matter of 6,000 strings of coins. Let's go." We agreed that the Zhang family will vouch for them. Now that you have so many fish eggs, you can go back and split them. The person from the Zhang family completely ignored the other party's pretense. After saying this, he carefully walked back. The yamen runners also surrounded them and escorted the people from the Five Lakes Merchant Association back to the Luzhou Merchant Association so that they could split the money. If the people from the Five Lakes Merchant Association still wanted to play dumb before, they were no longer in the mood now. It was obvious that the Zhang family had seen through them. "It's over," The people from the Five Lakes Merchant Association thought at the same time. They understood the words of the Zhang family. They heard that the two madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family were going to have children soon. Therefore, they did not have the leisure to play with them here. So it turned out that they had been schemed against. What kind of bullshit idea was that? It had just started, but it was already over. Not only did they not get any money, but they also had to pay a lot of money. What should they do? Big brother, what do we do? Do we just go back like this? Won't the master skin us alive? A person beside Master Yen thought of the consequences and asked with a trembling voice. Master Yen had no other choice. He was still very grateful to the Zhang family. To be more precise, he was grateful to the two madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family. If they were not busy now, and the Zhang family really did what that person said just now, he and the others would not only have to pay a few thousand strings of coins. It was very likely that the Ning family would be implicated as well. They did not have the time to care about other things now. It was said that the two madams were pregnant with two babies. Huff. Master Yen exhaled heavily. He looked at the people beside him and said, "Let's go back. Give the Zhang family the money and leave this place immediately. Don't be afraid. If the master knows about Lu Zhou, he won't blame us. He will only complain that the family's idea was bad." The few of them agreed at the same time. However, in their hearts they were thinking, was it really a bad idea? When they first found out about this idea, they thought that everyone in the family was as powerful as immortals. This method could be used to deceive everyone. However, when it came to Lu Zhou, it was different from what they imagined. It seemed that the Zhang family's business was not simple. Otherwise, how could they know that they were here to deceive them? Big brother, I don't think it's good to go back like this. Why don't we take a detour to Lianzhou and take a look? Could it be that Lianzhou could see through it? We still have some money. Let's find something faster. No matter what, we have to get back the money we lost. One of the people in the group obviously did not want to lose money. He was afraid that they would be punished when they went back. As soon as he said that, the eyes of everyone in the group, including Master Yen, lit up. They agreed with this idea. Okay, let's do that. Not only Lianzhou, after we're done deceiving Lianzhou, we'll continue to deceive other places. We just have to avoid the Zhang family's business and avoid them. Master Yen said excitedly. He looked at the people who followed him and saw them nodding. He waved his hand and led them to Lu Zhou's Chamber of Commerce. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not go far. The two of them were reading under the shade of a tree in the courtyard. Today's matter had been arranged and they were waiting for the other side's reply. If the people of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce dared to not pay up, they would be directly arrested. Little young master, little miss, they've paid. They've paid 6,000 strings of coins. It should have been more, but we didn't have time to check carefully. Even if they paid 6,000 strings of coins, our Chamber of Commerce can still take another share. A person rushed in from outside and reported happily to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Good, it's good that they've paid. I don't have time to accompany them. There are still important things waiting for me to do. Zhang Xiaobao stopped and said, Little young master is right. But, little young master, they seem to want to deceive other places. Should we remind them of other places? The person asked again. Chapter 525. At this time, Wang Wan also stopped. She looked up at the person who reported and asked, They're going to other places? Did they say where they're going? They said that they're going to Lianzhou first. They'll go to other places after that. If they continue to cheat like this, then others will be at a disadvantage, especially the local people. Should we arrange for people to follow them? The person who reported was a little anxious. No need. Let them cheat. We can't be in charge of everything. It's good to be at a disadvantage. In the future, they'll know that they can't take advantage of small things. Wang Wan waved her hand, disagreeing with the idea of telling others. Zhang Xiaobao also agreed with Wang Wan's idea. He said, "That's it. Don't worry about them anymore. Our ship has been out for a long time. Send people to Yazhou to see if they're coming back soon." Zhang Xiaobao not only wanted to let other people know about this kind of trickery, but also to find trouble for the Ning family in Yazhou. As long as this group of swindlers continued to cheat, the local authorities would not agree and would send out a warrant to arrest them. When this happened in every province, he would have people tell the Ning family about the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce and the Ning family. He would see what the Ning family would do then. When the person who came saw that the young master and young lady did not agree with spreading the news in advance, he did not say much. He directly agreed and left to arrange for people to go to Yazhou to take a look. Soon. When winter comes, it'll probably be the moment my father leaves. I hope that the people who go to Luzon Island will bring back good news. It'll be best if there's a fight. That way, it'll be easier. Zhang Xiaobao put down the book in his hand and leaned back. He looked at the small bridge in the courtyard and said. Wang Wan closed the book and thought for a while. Then there's going to be a war. Time flies. The next step is to follow Li Sun to another place. I hope everything will go smoothly. When the fast boat sent by Lu Zhou arrived at Yi province, the children of the Zhang family were also born. As expected, they were twins. They were born without any thrill. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mothers began their confinement period. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to play with their younger brother and sister. It was a very miraculous thing. They were really born at the same time. Less than an hour apart, they each gave birth to a boy and a girl. This was a pair of twins. The Zhang family's son came out first and became the older brother. The Wang family's sister came out first. The Zhang family's son came out half an hour earlier than the Wang family's daughter, and the Wang family's son came out half an hour earlier than the Zhang family's daughter. The Zhang family had the oldest and youngest child, and the Wang family's two children were in the middle. When the children were born, they were very ugly. Their skin was wrinkled. It was estimated that they would be much better after a month. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that their younger brother and sister were no different from the children of monkeys. Their skin was wrinkled, and their eyes were closed tightly. As soon as they were born, they cried hard. After they were cleaned up, they immediately went to sleep. They didn't even have time to drink milk. The two adults were tired and rested with their men. The baby products that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan prepared were put to use at this time. They held two children in their arms and watched. Wang Wan gently kissed the face of the child she was holding and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, why do I feel like I'm planting rice? I'm looking forward to seeing the seedlings slowly grow up." Zhang Xiaobao also had the same feeling. He held his younger brother and sister, and the idea in his heart was to let them grow up well and teach them more knowledge. He thought for a moment and said, "It's like this. Very few people are different from ordinary people. In fact, basically everyone has a desire to cultivate others or to cultivate other things. For example, many children like dolls. In fact, they use this idea in their hearts on their dolls. At that time, there were people who raised all kinds of pets when their children were not by their side. In fact, they raised those little animals as their children. But we can't do that. That's a kind of destruction to the children. When adults raise children, sometimes they feel that the children are cute. Many times, in fact, they don't respect a new life. Instead, they treat the child as an extension of themselves. They want the child to listen to them and let the child do what they can't do." What do you mean? Does this mean that many parents are actually raising animals like raising children? Or rather, raising children like raising animals? Oh, that's right. I've seen many parents like that. They only think that what they say is right because they have experience. But in fact, things are not like that. In fact, every child has their own ideas when they are sensible. It's just that they are in a kind of confusion. I understand what you mean. Our younger brother and sister are not the continuation of our lives, but the continuation of human lives. When the time comes, they will have their own path to walk, and not listen to what others say. But if we don't tell them what we know early on, are we going to let them figure it out by themselves? This problem is really too complicated. If we teach too much, it will naturally bring in the subjective ideas of the teacher. Wang Wan understood, but felt that it was not good to directly define this matter. In that case, would they not teach children in the future? Zhang Xiaobao did not have a conclusion on this matter. After thinking about it, he said, "Then let's do it this way. When the time comes, we will find a few more teachers. In this way, the children will be able to get what they need from different people instead of continuing the life of one person. The two of us are the same. We will summarize the knowledge and let them choose for themselves. In fact, there can be amazing people in every profession. As long as they are willing to learn, we will encourage them, not restrict them. What I need is a younger brother and sister with their own unique personalities, not obedient yes-men. Look at so many students who are very obedient when they are learning in school, but the proportion of real achievements in the future can't compare to lively and hard-working people. Well, let's try listening to you for now. Should we beat the children?" Wang Wan asked again. "That's not necessary. When the children are too young, they are not so sensible. We can use all kinds of things to attract them. Beating won't solve the problem. It's just a way to be lazy, and it's very useful at a certain stage. But when the children are 4 or 5 years old, we can't continue to beat them. In particular, we can't vent our anger on the children just because we are in a bad mood. That will easily cause the children to fall into confusion. They won't know what they did wrong. When they grow up and gradually understand, the position of the parent who beat the children for no reason will drop to a very low level in the children's hearts. The children will look down on them. Of course, I'm referring to our era. I don't know how it will be like here. Anyway, I don't agree with using violence. We can spend more effort to use other method." Zhang Xiaobao had never been beaten when he was young. The dean's grandfather was always able to find ways to make the children in the courtyard obedient. That kind of spiritual sacrifice was the most respectable. "Then let's do that. Now, it's time to return the children. I don't know if my mother and your mother have enough milk. I don't think milk is better than human milk." Wang Wan felt that the two children were uncomfortable. When they were about to cry, she put the two children down. She waited for the two children to get rid of their feces and urine. After changing the urinal pads, the two children were about to cry. After changing the urinal pads, they smacked their lips and stopped. Zhang Xiaobao's side was about the same. When the two of them saw their younger brother and sister smacking their lips, they hurriedly sent them to their mothers. Otherwise, they would cry again. The children were young and drank milk very frequently. Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang Wan's mothers held their children in their arms. Their faces were full of motherly radiance. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that their younger brother and sister had started to drink milk, they went to prepare food for their mothers. In addition to pig's knuckles, which had always been good for drinking milk, they also had to prepare some other food. Otherwise, the more they ate, the more uncomfortable they would feel, especially eggs. Many people would feel disgusted when they saw eggs in the future because of their confinement. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want their mothers to be unable to eat eggs in the future. Fortunately, the two of them didn't have anything to do at that time. All kinds of things that could replenish protein were prepared by the two of them. There were fish, vegetables, and bean products. Fruits couldn't be left out. The ventilation system in the house had to be made clear. There were also various toys prepared for the 4 children. They had to be able to play with them without hurting the children. The best thing was shark's fin. After steaming it and drying it, they would give it to the children to play with. After all, children always liked to stuff things into their mouth. It was no problem to stuff it into their mouth. There were also those balls made of cow's bubble or pig's bubble. When the time came, they would throw the 4 children into the pile, and they wouldn't be afraid of them getting hurt. The baby carriage was also ready. There was a cartoon-like sunshade on the top. It was made of wood, and the bottom support and rolling places were made of iron. The places where the children could touch were smeared with thick fish glue for them to chew on. The bottom of the carriage was also equipped with iron plates to reduce the formation. The 4 children, who didn't know anything at all, enjoyed things that others couldn't enjoy as soon as they were born. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan tried their best. After considering all the things that could be considered clearly, they asked about the situation in Yazhou. The news hadn't come back yet, so they could only ask about the situation in Yazhou. The person in charge of the situation there was called to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's courtyard. As soon as he came in, he saw the 2 of them busy making things there. Anyway, they weren't in a hurry, so he just stood there and watched. This wheel is too small. Change it to a bigger one. Moreover, the balls inside don't seem to work. It's strenuous to push, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao as she moved a wheel with her hand. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. It's indeed a little small. This won't do. Children don't have much strength to begin with. If the rotation is bad, when will they learn to walk? Only then did the person who came over know that the young master and young lady were making something that could teach the child how to walk. This was very strange. Usually, didn't the adults put the child on the ground and let the child walk on his own with 2 hands supporting him? Was there anything else that could replace that? Zhang Xiaobao asked the person next to him to find a better wheel. He and Wang Wan started to make the frame. In fact, it was a circle. Cloth was used to make a bag that could hold the children. There were 3 frames to support it. Below the frames were naturally the wheels that could be turned back and forth. The height of the frames could be adjusted. When the children were placed in the middle and fixed, both of their feet could touch the ground. There were several fun things hanging on the circle. The children didn't have to be afraid of falling in the middle. When they saw something fun, they could reach out and grab it. As long as the upper body moved, the center of gravity would change. The small car would move with the change of center of gravity. The children stayed in the car. When the car moved, they would either lift their feet or walk on the ground step by step. This couldn't be used too early. It was about 6 months or 7 months. It depended on the growth of the body. When the children were 2 months old, in order to see more fun things in other places, the children would push the circle next to them to move around. It was a very simple and very practical tool. Xiaobao, do you think this can be changed again? When our younger brother and younger sister are a little older and can walk, when they are ready to run, we can tie a bigger and slightly softer thing to them and let them practice running. Wang Wan looked at the walking cart that was about to be completed and asked Zhang Xiaobao for his opinion. There's no need, right? When they are older, I will spend money to buy more gum and isinglass. Then, I will build a place for them to play. It will be like a rubber playground. They can run around and they won't have to be afraid of falling down. Also, we have to remove all the dangerous things in the place where they play. It doesn't matter if they scratch their skin, but it won't do if their lives are in danger. Zhang Xiaobao had already made a decision in his heart and said his thoughts. Wang Wan thought for a moment and said, Then we will always protect them in the future? Not let them face any danger? Of course not. They will have to fly on their own. When they are young, we will first lay a good foundation for their bodies. When they are 6 or 7 or 8 years old, they will be able to do things on their own. They can run however they want. The prerequisite is that there must be someone watching from the side, unless they are a little older. Zhang Xiaobao was actually very helpless about this matter. He wanted to let his younger brothers and sisters experience training, but he was also afraid that something would happen to them. He was not as ruthless as Old Eagle. Those who could fly would either fall to their deaths or drown. He had to give them more chances. The humans on his side did not have to live in such a cruel environment. When the walking cart was finished, the person who had come to talk about the matters in Yazhou came forward. At the same time, he carefully sized up this fun thing and marveled at the ingenuity of the young master and young lady. The two of them had actually thought of such a thing. In the past, who would specially make such a thing? Tell me, how is the docks there? How is the relationship with the local people? And have the officials there made trouble for us? Zhang Xiaobao washed his hands and asked the person who had come over. Replying to the young master, there are now many people there who stop at the docks when they return from the sea. They all say that the docks are good. At least they don't need to drag the boats back and forth. Otherwise, when they went ashore, they would have to drag the boats up, wasting time and energy. With the docks, they can directly dock the boats at the side. When they want to come out, they just need to untie the mooring rope. Even if there is a strong wind, there is no need to worry that the boats will be blown up and damaged. They can stay in the specially prepared troughs at the docks and are very stable. The local officials also have nothing to do. They are waiting for the boats to return so that they can get their 50% bonus. We have sent them daily necessities, and they are very happy. Young master, you don't need to worry about them. If they are not locals, they are people who were sent over. The locals have little experience, and the people who were sent over have no backing. They don't dare to offend us. The fleet has been out for 3 months. Logically speaking, if the distance is not too far, they should be back soon. This time, the people who were sent out will tell the people who stayed at the docks to quickly send the news here as soon as the boats return. The person in charge of this matter explained the situation at the side. That's good. 3 months. How far is that place? It used to be a few hours. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and muttered to himself. The person in charge didn't know what he meant and couldn't hear clearly. Wang Wan, however, understood that Zhang Xiaobao was talking about taking a plane. How could it be compared to this? It would be over directly in the sky. Now there were waves, strong winds, submerged reefs, and so on. It was very easy for something to happen. They had to be very careful along the way. Not to mention 3 months, even if they had to wait for half a year, it wouldn't be strange. Just as they were thinking about this, the sound of running came from outside. As the sound approached, a figure appeared and said happily to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Young master, young lady, the fleet is back." They also brought back a lot of things. Even the people over there were brought back. Back? So fast? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood up at the same time and rushed outside. They wanted to see how the people were doing. As for what the items were, it was not important. After waiting for a while, the two of them changed horses and rushed to the dock. Sure enough, they saw 7 big ships anchored there. The people on them were moving things down. 7 boats, no less, no less. That's great. Let's go and see if the people are missing. Zhang Xiaobao urged the horse to rush over. When he stopped at the docks, he directly asked the people below. This time, 500 people went over. Is there anyone who didn't come back? Little young master, we are all back. Not one of us is missing. Only 2 of us were injured and beaten up by the locals. When we went over, we wanted to use the cotton cloth we made here to exchange for things with them, including jars and so on. But they actually attacked us as soon as we arrived. Fortunately, we were prepared and killed a few of them directly. When they saw that we were powerful, they scattered and ran away. Later, we suppressed them and they didn't dare to move. Only then did we exchange some things. It was 5 boats worth of things, various kinds of oars, and animal fur and so on. This ore was found by us and let them exchange it. This time we came back and caught a few people. They were the people of the tribe that attacked us. It was because we defeated them that the other tribes became a little more honest. But we always felt that they were not friendly enough to us, even when we exchanged things with them. The people below immediately began to report to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were very excited when they told them everything. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care what they gained. Those things were inevitable. Even if they couldn't exchange it this time, it would be the same next time. The most important thing was that the people on the boats didn't die. Another relatively important thing was that when the war broke out, Whether it was with tribes or with other countries, it was a war anyway. At first, this was what they thought. But things went even more smoothly. They didn't need to exchange things first and then let them attack. They actually attacked directly. This was a good excuse. Someone, go and find young Masterly. This time, it's time for him to do something. Considering the situation on the other side, Zhang Xiaobao ordered. He and Wang Wan went down and praised the people who followed them one by one. Li Sun came quickly. He had known about this plan long ago. Recently, he had been very annoyed. Last time, he wrote a letter back and asked his family to help him delay. But now, he couldn't delay it anymore. A few days ago, he wrote a letter and mentioned this matter. Now they were back and the people of Tang were beaten. Under the heavens, no one dared to beat the people of Tang. They couldn't be easily forgiven. He rode a horse to the place and asked directly, Xiao Bao, did they fight? They fought? That's great. I'll write a letter back. Now, as a member of the royal family, I need to be here. I can't let the barbarians of other places look down on us. Right here. When you're done, let someone send you away in the military station. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to waste time. Now that he had an excuse, he could continue to exchange low-priced goods for high-priced goods. As for those who didn't exchange or attacked, he would directly eliminate them. The excuse was that they were with the previous group of people. Li Sun immediately wrote here. After writing, he found that Zhang Xiaobao's words were wrong. He asked, use the military station? That's not good, right? Let's use pigeons. It's faster. What's wrong with national affairs? Others are living on our land. We don't have time to care about them. How dare they attack us? How is that not good? What Zhang Xiaobao said was very reasonable, at least Li Sun understood. He opened his mouth wide and was stunned for a moment before he nodded vigorously and said, yes, that's right. That's our Tang Empire's territory. It's good enough that we let them live there. To think that they actually dared to make a move on our people. They are really bold. Chapter 526. Li Sun's letter was quickly delivered. He was now waiting for the imperial court to give him an order. He finally found an excuse not to go back. It was impossible for the imperial court to send a few more people here immediately. There was not enough time. This place was already under attack. How could they have the time to care about other things? Now Lu Zhou had 3,000 soldiers. Initially, he said that he would have 4,000 soldiers. However, after several rounds of training, he eliminated the 1,000 soldiers who could not keep up. Now, 3,000 soldiers were not a small number. After a few months of training, they were doing pretty well. It was not a big deal to fight a big battle, but it was not a problem to fight a small battle, especially when they were using good weapons to bully others. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also thought so. Although 3,000 people were not very useful when fighting the surrounding countries, it was not a problem when it came to that small place. There weren't many people there to begin with. Furthermore, there weren't any large organizations, and there weren't any good weapons. Not to mention 3,000 people, even 1,000 people would be able to do whatever they wanted there. In addition to Li Sun's guards and the Zhang family's 56 people, if they went there together, they would be able to bully the locals to death. After Li Sun sent the letter, he began to ask Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to take him to see the training of the 3,000 people. They could not wait to go there. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally did not refuse. The group of people went to the barrack. On the way, they sighed with emotion. Lu Zhou finally had his own soldiers. The position of the military registrar could also be taken. He did not have to deal with so many things alone like before. That was too unstable. When the three of them arrived at the military camp's drill ground, they could hear the battle cries of the soldiers from afar. It sounded pretty good, but they didn't know if it would be as good as the battle cries. Out of the 3,000 people, 1,000 of them were originally from the mountain. Their formation wasn't very good, but if they were to really fight, the 1,000 of them could easily take care of the 2,000 people. Good, that's right. Train hard. The food we give you is so good and you have a lot of money. If you don't train hard, you'll be letting down the food you eat. Li Sun stopped to watch from the side and also cheered. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything, and Wang Wan also didn't say anything. The three of them watched for a while, and then Li Sun urged his horse over. No one knew what he was thinking, but at this time, he began to mobilize his troops, telling the 3,000 people how the Great Tang had been attacked and how the Great Tang's territory had been occupied by others, yet he was not honest. The 3,000 people did not care whether that place was Great Tang or not. As long as someone said it was. When they heard that someone had been beaten up, they immediately refused to do anything. They all begged to be ordered to attack that place. They had to kill those people. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan listened from the side and were really speechless. This is why a weak country has no diplomacy. Only when it is strong can it not be bullied. More importantly, it has to maintain the courage of the people. As long as there is courage, even if it looks a little weak and has a small territory, others will not dare to attack it. Just like the mountain people here. Who dares to provoke them for no reason? They can't afford to pay the price. Zhang Xiaobao had a good impression of the people in this place. When it came to war, the men in the family were ready to go. They just needed to find an excuse. Wang Wan also thought so. A wolf without blood would not be able to beat a wild horse with blood. If one wanted others to respect them, then they had to have the strength and attitude to make others respect them. It was useless to always beg for peace. Peace was bought with blood. Xiaobao, cuckoo, what happened? When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still lamenting, Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai came from behind. The two of them heard that 3 people had hurriedly rode to the barracks and felt that something was wrong. As soon as Old Man Chang arrived, he saw Li Sun saying something to the soldiers. It seemed a little inappropriate to go over now, so he could only ask Zhang Xiaobao and Old Man Pai. Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Bai are both here. In fact, it's not a big deal. It's just that a place in Great Tang has been occupied by some people from who knows where. Since they have occupied it, Great Tang naturally has to leave some place for them to live. But in the end, after we treated them well, our people went over. Guess what happened? They actually dared to attack our people and caused 2 of our people to be seriously injured. Zhang Xiaobao was now adamant that that place belonged to the Great Tang. In any case, no one would say otherwise. When the time came, he would just continue to occupy it. It was just like the current Tang dynasty. How could the Central Plains be as big as it was now? Wasn't it still under siege? Are there really people who are seriously injured? Old Man Pai asked with concern. He knew where the so-called place of Great Tang was. It seemed that they had really found it. This was really great. Wang Wan said at the side, Grandpa Bai, they are really seriously injured. Both of their arms are injured, and one of them is injured on the leg. This is not the most important part. The most important part is that their hearts are hurt the most. The 2 of them just went over there and took our good things to try to exchange with their bad things. Grandpa Bai, don't you think our things are good? But the people on their side actually attacked the 2 of us who came with good intentions. After the 2 of them were beaten up, they could not understand why kind people were always hurt. Their dreams at night were always nightmares, and they were often jolted awake in their dreams. Grandpa Bai, the people on their side are really too evil. They clearly treat our kindness as weakness. In a situation where there was no other way, our people were forced to fight back. Fortunately, our people had the determination to fight to the death after being bullied, so we beat them back. But after all, we haven't been there for many years. The local people don't recognize us, so we had to come back with our tails between our legs. Xiaobao, is this what you mean? Yes, it's like this. After Marquis Li Sun knew about this, he couldn't sit still. After all, young Master Li is a member of the royal family. He has to protect the people under his rule. How can he let a strong enemy bully him? That's why he came to this place and prepared to send some troops over there to let the people over there know whose territory it is, what they should do in the future, and what, Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, you two don't need to say anymore. I know. So that's how it is. It's really unreasonable. Old Man Pai interrupted Zhang Xiaobao's impassioned speech and echoed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were satisfied. Old Man Chang really didn't know what to say. After listening to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's words, he understood that the two sent out the troops to look for trouble. At first, they said that they were going to do some business, but now they were going to fight. Li Sun was not someone who was easy to deal with. He found an excuse and started to mobilize the soldiers here. The soldiers here had just reported to the higher-ups, but the higher-ups probably did not know. After all, the soldiers here had to be trained to look like soldiers before they could be called soldiers. It had just been 6 days since the news was sent out. As such, the current Li Sun would be able to bring the soldiers to war, and the imperial court would not be able to pursue the matter. After all, Li Sun had taken the soldiers away before they were fully formed. Old Man Chang pulled Old Man Pai to the side and said to Old Man Pai, "What should we do? See, the Zhang family has a lot of thoughts. They didn't go there to make a deal. They clearly went there to take over the things. If the imperial court knows about this, what will they say? What will they say if the imperial court knows? That's the Tang Empire's territory. Our people were hurt in the Tang Empire's territory, so we naturally have to send troops. Isn't Li Sun already prepared for this?" Old Man Pai said to Old Man Chang. His meaning was very clear. He wanted the Tang Empire's people to go there, take over the place, and make it their own. As for what other people said, they didn't care. At worst, they could just kill the local people or move them to other places. After many years, people would know that it was a piece of land of the Tang Empire. When Old Man Chang heard Old Man Pai's words, he understood Old Man Pai's plan. He sighed and said, "I'm not worried about this. Even if we take over the place, when the time comes, the Zhang family will expand to other places. Do we have to take over every place they expand? If that's the case, we won't have enough people on our side. We can't just take over the place and not send people to guard it, right? Do we have to send the people here over? No, we can't send the people of this place over. All the people who go there have to be replaced within a few years. If we send the people over, who knows if the people there will still recognize the Great Tang. If they really do suddenly establish a country, this place will be beyond our reach." When Old Man Pai heard that they had to send the people to other places, he immediately rejected it. They definitely couldn't send people there, especially in an ignorant place. The local people didn't know what was going on. If the people here went there, it was likely that they would first fight with the local people. After fighting for a while, they would realize that there wasn't much benefit to it. Moreover, if there was a war here, the people there would likely have other thoughts. If that's the case, then we'll think of a way in the future. The main thing is that the ship's speed is too slow. It takes a long time to go and return. If something really happens over there, we won't be able to get there in time. No, we have to let Xiao Bao and Cuckoo talk to their families. Otherwise, even if we know the place, it will be useless. When Old Man Chang saw that Old Man Pai was starting to worry, he immediately mentioned telling the Zhang family. The two of them talked about a few more things before returning to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Old Man Chang said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, after your family found that island, will they continue to look for other places?" "Other places? Not for the time being. Grandpa Zhang, that place is not small. Don't think that we can go there now. If we want to occupy that place, it is impossible without tens of thousands of soldiers. My family now wants to manage that place well. We can't care about other places. We have to eat one bite at a time." Zhang Xiaobao understood. The two of them were afraid that when the time came, they would keep looking for new places. If that happened, the Tang dynasty wouldn't have enough soldiers. Even if they had, they wouldn't be able to send them. What was the point of sending them there? Was it to kill a few people and come back? The place was big, the population was small, and the battle line was too long. It was easy to be attacked. That was why he told them part of the plan. When Old Man Chang heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he was temporarily relieved. However, he was very curious about that place. What did it look like? What did the people look like? What were the specialties? These were all things that he had to find out first. The most important thing was how big that place was. He signaled Old Man Pai with his eyes. The Old Man Pai came out and asked, Xiaobao, is there anything good in that place? Is it big? Good things? Yes, the people who went this time brought back some things. I'll show them to Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Bai later. There are so many things, and many of them are things that we need. I don't know how big that place is, but there are many islands between our place and that place. If we can reclaim that place, the islands in the middle will be ours as well. We can learn from Lu Zhou and build a lighthouse there. Also, we can find a bigger island and build better houses there. We can provide help to the fishermen in the distant sea. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and told them the things that he planned to mention later. This time, he did not go into details, especially about what would happen in the future. He did not tell Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai. Yes, Grandpa Bai, that place is great. There seems to be a lot of gold there. Gold and other local specialties. If we don't want them, we'll give them to others, especially the minerals. After their mind, they won't appear again. Our family is thinking of using force to force the people who live in our place to work for us. When the minerals are mined, we'll send them here. We can bury them and keep them for our descendants to use in the future. We can also take them out now. That way, we don't need to touch the minerals here. We can keep them for our descendants. Also, they have a lot of food, just like Lei Province and Yi Province. We can let the local people grow the crops and bring them here to eat, feed the livestock, and make wine. We don't need the people to do this. Think about it, they live in our place. How can they not work for us? They're like farmers. Are farmers who don't work still farmers? Wang Wan also chimed in at this time. The two old men were speechless when they heard her mention our place. What kind of people are they? It's fine if the adults are like this, but the two children are also learning from the adult. The locals are sad. The two looked at each other again. This time, they didn't say anything. In their hearts, they understood that the Zhang family would never give up that place. Since that was the case, they would wait for Li Sun to attack that place first. Then, they would let the imperial court send people to guard it. Just like what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said, they would change people every once in a while. Since it's like this, then you can continue to stay here. I'll go back with your Grandpa Zhang to rest. Seeing that there was nothing else for him to do, the Old Man Pai said goodbye and left. As soon as the two left the drill ground, they got on the carriage and asked the driver to slow down. They still had to discuss things. There's actually gold over there, and it seems like there are other things too. This time's harvest is not small. But why do I feel like the Zhang family already knew about it? Look at their preparations. They just happened to go over there to deal with other people. Old Man Pai leaned against the carriage and said this to Old Man Chang. After that, he ordered the driver to go to the docks to see what was there. Old Man Chang also had the same feeling. From the things prepared by the Zhang family's fleet, it was indeed so. They must have gotten the news from somewhere. But that didn't seem right. How long has it been since the Zhang family arrived here? Could it be that a fisherman accidentally went over there? How could that be? How long would it take to go and return? What kind of boat would a fisherman have? They would have long capsized in the water. It didn't make sense. After pondering for a while, Old Man Chang said, I also think so. But if we ask them, there's nothing we can do if they don't admit it. It seems like we can only wait. If they are more familiar with things over there, maybe it can explain some problems. Yes, I think they are eyeing all kinds of things in that place. Otherwise, they wouldn't be like this. And those people from the Jiangnan East Road, when did the Zhang family become so generous? They actually let them not pay for it and let them lend their ships to do business. After they arrived here, they didn't try to lower the price and even let their ships not carry the same things. Do you think the Zhang family is scheming against the merchants from the Jiangnan East Road? This won't do. We can't mess up over there. Once something happens, many places will be affected. We have to ask them carefully. The Jiangnan East Road's merchants are at the docks here. We can ask them together. Old Man Pai agreed with Old Man Chang's words. At the same time, he also mentioned the merchant. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be a big deal. People would think that it was the right thing to do. But the Zhang family was not so simple. They could always connect many things together. Yes, connecting them together. Old Man Pai thought of this and suddenly said, "Do you think the merchants from the Jiangnan East Road have anything to do with that newly discovered place? The Zhang family's actions shouldn't be simple, right?" "Yes, that makes sense. Let's go and ask. If it doesn't work, we'll wait for Li Sun to send troops and see what the result is. I don't think the Zhang family will hide it forever." After Old Man Chang finished speaking, he began to ask the driver to hurry up. The more they knew about this kind of thing in advance, the more time they had to prepare. Li Sun was still instigating on the drill ground. The 3,000 soldiers had long been fired up by his words. One by one, they clamored to teach others a lesson. Li Sun also shouted with all his might. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan watched from the side. They felt a little helpless. At the same time, they were curious. The two of them didn't seem to have taught Li Sun this kind of thing. How did he know? Could this be talent? If so, then Li Sun should be suitable to be a general, not a rich man. When the time came, he would be able to come in handy. Or maybe he could be an instructor or something. Very interesting. It seems that Li Sun can also be cultivated. Look at what he's saying now. Good, very good. Let's go somewhere else. By the time we come back, he'll probably be able to select 1,000 people. Fortunately, the fleet came back in time. Otherwise, it would be easy for things to go wrong. Zhang Xiaobao said a few words and turned his horse to go somewhere else. He was very glad that the fleet came back early. Otherwise, once the imperial court knew about the army here and arranged for a clerk to come over, it wouldn't be easy to mobilize the army. Now that everything was under the control of his father, no one would say anything else. Even if the army was sent, it would be very normal. Moreover, this army had not been recognized by the imperial court. If they really investigated, they would say that the local people spontaneously went to fight. Li Sun continued to instigate. When he saw that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had left, he felt that it was about time to start the competition. As long as 1,000 people went, those who wanted to go had to be within the top 1,000. The soldiers immediately began to compete. Li Sun found a person and asked him to watch. As long as 1,000 people were chosen, he rode his horse and chased after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Li Sun caught up to Zhang Xiaobao and turned his head to ask, "Xiaobao, did you not use that firework this time?" "Good, I brought it. Do you want to go with me?" "What do you mean go with you? You can't go. You're just a symbol. What if there's danger?" When Zhang Xiaobao heard Li Sun's words, he immediately poured cold water on his head. How could he let him go? Wouldn't that be troublesome? Li Sun was stunned for a moment. He stared at Zhang Xiaobao to see if he was lying. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's serious expression, he nodded and said, "I know. I just can't go, right?" "No, I have to go. I have to fight with my people. Even if there is danger, I have to go. Otherwise, am I still a member of the imperial family?" "Then you go by yourself. No one will stop you. Anyway, the others on my side won't go." Zhang Xiaobao saw that Li Sun was still there and could only use threats. "Only my 200 people will go. What if they have more people?" "Well, I won't go personally this time. But I have to go to Yazhou and wait. I have to know the news first." Li Sun thought about it. It was really dangerous there. If he died, yes, he died. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan usually said that. If he died, then he wouldn't be able to do good things for the people in his fief.